Nigga, I'm from Dallas.
MMG, AWE.
Nigga, I'm from Dallas.
Triple D.
Nigga, I'm from Dallas.
Respect it and check it.
Nigga, I'm from Dallas.
Get down and lay down.
Nigga, I'm from Dallas. I smoke Cali, sippin' on Houston.
I pull up in that yard, 240 on the dash. Smart nigga, I gon' make a treasure out of trash. Son of these niggas, they respect me like a dad. This another gangster, yeah, Woody, I'm a jag. 240 on the dash. Smart nigga, I gon' make a treasure out of trash. They respect me like a dad. This another gangster, yeah, Woody, I'm a jag. Y'all chase bitches, I chase bags. Chopping up a little balance, slippers for the swag, and I just got a new crib. Cause I was stuck and had to get it how I live. Me and my cousin had to write our own script, so we went to hustling. We was small when we was buying cars. Stayed in our budget, can't do nothing for behind bars. Nothing but suffering, I know criminals in all the walls, and I don't judge them. MVP, I'm on some James Hard shit. They fucking 9 to 5, I'm on some money car shit. You got your money in the bag, bitch, I need a forklift. I ain't good with falling off, I'm trying to make the Forbes list. Hey, I pull up in that yard, 240 on the dash. Smart nigga, I can make a treasure out of trash. Son of these niggas, they respect me like a dad. This another gangster, yeah, Woody, I'm a jag. 240 on the dash. Smart nigga, I can make a treasure out of trash. They respect me like a dad. This another gangster, yeah, Woody, I'm a jag.
250 on the whip, with 100 on the tag. The Gucci with the cash, 200 on the dash. Bad foreign bitch with the curves and all. She love a real nigga, shot call and ball. See my blood's been popping from my nigga the Buzz, and then we came up ice rocking, put the can down wood. Put the stunt in it full, it's all grave and good. Put potatoes on the 9, nigga, fucking we do it. Shine is a must. The people we duck, we chalk a nigga down while we standing them up. I'm just a third wall nigga, big money I'm making. We come from the bottom, nigga, survive and make it.
I pull up in that yard, 240 on the dash. Smart nigga, I can make a treasure out of trash. Son of these niggas, they respect me like a dad. This another gangster, yeah, Woody, I'm a jag. 240 on the dash. Smart nigga, I can make a treasure out of trash. They respect me like a dad. This another gangster, yeah, Woody, I'm a jag. Had to learn my own craft, I was on the wrong path. I was out of living dirty till I took a long bath. I done got my shit together now, I got my own staff. I could fuck my white ass man up cause that nigga won't have. He see me in my new fit, this shit just ain't sipping it. This make them bad bitches get close like they kin of me. She cold in my bones, ain't no fuckboy in my tones. And I always keep tools with me in case anything go wrong. D-boy and these niggas, they gon' talk shit when I'm gone. Street bitches who fuck with me gon' text message my phone. They wanna knock me off my throne. Try, but they can't take me out of my zone. I'm up in that yard, 240 on the dash. Smart nigga, I can make a treasure out of trash. Son of these niggas, they respect me like a dad. This another gangster, yeah, Woody, I'm a jag. 240 on the dash. Smart nigga, I can make a treasure out of trash. They respect me like a dad. This another gangster, yeah, Woody, I'm a jag.
Original. Hot boy shit. Yeah. Stand tall in the fall. Chop sticks. Bananas.
Yo, little dog, yeah. I'm gon' beat that pussy up. Yo, little dog, yeah. I'm gon' beat that pussy up. Yo, little dog, yeah. I'm gon' beat that pussy up. Yo, little dog, yeah.
Dog ass, yo, the dog ass. I got money on me. I got bitches mad. I got diamond dance. Bitch, you see the spread. Yeah, you don't need the bus. Need your ghetto bag. Yeah. Dog ass, yo, the dog ass. I got money on me. I got bitches mad. I got diamond dance. Bitch, you see the spread. Yeah, you don't need the bus. Need your ghetto bag. Yeah. Dog ass, yo, the dog ass. I hate you play your people. Boy, you down bad. I just got a 20 pounds of gas. That shit did the stash. That shit went too fast. Free that nigga. I got you, Miss Lily. I got diamond dance. Bitch, you see the spread. You don't need bus. Need your ghetto bag.
I don't trust these wet jokes with they dog ass. Who the hell you with?
Come on, Boosie.
You know I'm trying to hit. I'm Goose, my little dog ass. Fuck my ex and the next, I do them all bad. Dog ass. Try to get the cash, she asked me where my money was. Gotta respect her mind, she a little thug with a dog ass. Dog ass, dog who? Girl, you cutting everything. Still some way she get that wedding ring on gang. I hit it, baby mama. Not a boy, man. I'm a big dog. Yo, little small ass. I got diamond dance. Started jury class. Nigga neck kinda bright tonight. Nigga neck kinda bright tonight. With my dog ass.
Dog ass. Yo, little dog ass. I got money on me.
It's Friday, goddammit. What's up with you? How you? True. I know you don't get this.
Need your ghetto bag. Dog ass. Yo, little dog ass.
Y'all need some money right there.
I got bitch mad. I got diamond dance. Bitch, you see the spread. You don't need bus. Need your ghetto bag.
Dog ass. Your little dog ass. Y'all already know.
Hey, Pooh.
Hey,
your
Pooh.
man do?
Nah, pay me watch the hood.
Hey,
Okay,
for my Poohs. How
Get the camera right.
y'all
Get the camera right now.
Get the camera right, Pooh. Gotta drop them peaches.
Hey, drop them peaches, Pooh. Drop them peaches, Pooh. Drop them peaches, Pooh. Drop them peaches. She turn on when she drop peaches, get 'em, Pooh. She turn on when she drop peaches, get 'em, Pooh. She turn on when she drop peaches, get 'em, Pooh. She turn on when she drop peaches, get 'em, Pooh. Toss her with the live, I ain't saving them broad. Toss her with the live, toss her with the live, toss her with the live, I ain't saving them broad. Toss her with the live. YP, drop them peaches, there go Reeve, I gotta see it. I'm with Dean, she so freaky, throw them peaches. That ass flat, but that don't matter, your DM poppin'. Let's go, drop them peaches, then she drop them. All the real nigga watching, throwing money. Drop them peaches, girl, don't be acting funny. So I toss her with the lie, toss her with the lie. Let's tell her that she go good, Lord, you know she fine. Drop them peaches, Pooh. Drop them peaches, Pooh. Drop them peaches, Pooh. Drop them peaches, Pooh. She turn on when she drop peaches, get 'em, Pooh.
Get it, Pooh.
She turn on when she drop peaches, get 'em, Pooh. She turn on when she drop peaches, get 'em, Pooh. She turn on when she drop peaches, get 'em, Pooh. I'ma toss her with the live, toss her with the live. I ain't saving them broad. I'ma toss her with the live, toss her with the live, toss her with the live. I ain't saving them broad. I'ma toss her with the live, toss her with the live. 3D channel 5. I like the way she shake. Burger with the fries. Big booty bitches, serving on the platter. Itty bitty bitches, yeah, little booties man. Hey, shake some, twerk some, bad bitch work some. She got that brain, man, I'm tryna learn some. YP hood bitch, looking for a hood bitch. Get that hoe some hood bitch. Hit her like, hey, drop them bitches, Pooh. Drop them bitches, Pooh. Drop them bitches, Pooh. Drop them bitches, Pooh. She turn on when she drop peaches, get 'em, Pooh. She turn on when she drop peaches, get 'em, Pooh. She turn on when she drop peaches, get 'em, Pooh. She turn on when she drop peaches, get 'em, Pooh. I'ma toss her with the live, toss her with the live. I ain't saving them broad. I'ma toss her with the live, toss her with the live, toss her with the live. I ain't saving them broad. I'ma toss her with the live.
Let's see, normally I stop with the peaches, but I think y'all need a little bit more music. So I got two more I'ma play for y'all. Now see this B King. I know this dude. You know what I'm saying? So I got the guy to play him, man. Where my wretches at? Yeah. These girls nasty, but you know what? They like this shit.
Like club guards say, throw that ass, poke it out. I ain't gay, but I let a bitch eat me out. Yeah, bad bitch,
I
and
don't know
my
about all
bitches
that
too.
because it's going on
Take
YouTube.
all these niggas' money, what
stalking
we
and
finna
harassing
do?
me.
Then leave,
Hey,
then leave. Get that bread, get that head, then leave. Then leave. Bitch, then leave. Get that bread, get that head, then leave. Peace out.
Hey, Club Godzilla, I ain't tricking, I'm just dicking bitches down, head down, pop that pussy to the ground. She a freak, hoe, I put her on the team. If you keep your pussy clean, then scream. No, I can't give a hoe nothing. I can't give a hoe nothing. If she got good head, I buy a Sonic plushie, but I can't give her no money. Ooh, throw it back like a pro bitch. Pop that pussy like a pro bitch. Get that bag, two fingers up to a pro bitch.
Like club guards say, throw that ass, poke it out. I ain't gay, but I let a bitch eat me out. Yeah, bad bitch, and my bitches too. Take all these niggas' money, what we finna do? Then leave, then leave. Get that bread, get that head, then leave. Then leave. Bitch, then leave. Get that bread, get that head, then leave.
Yeah.
Peace out.
Yeah, head down, ass up when I hit that. Talk people to my partner, he gon' flip that. Club Godzilla, ain't nobody triller. Pull up in the building, that's probably where your bitch at. Yeah, every time she eat the dick, I sit back. Then when you ask about it, she be lying. Hey, if you a broke bitch, be quiet. Nah, I can't give her nothing. I can't give her nothing. If she got good head, I buy a Whataburger, but I can't give her no money. Club guard, I hang with strippers. My homegirl, she bring me bitches. She want the D, cause I'm swinging Bentley in that banger whip.
Like club guards say, throw that ass, poke it out. I ain't gay, but I let a bitch eat me out. Yeah, bad bitch, and my bitches too. Take all these niggas' money, what we finna do? Then leave, then leave. Get that bread, get that head, then leave. Then leave. Bitch, then leave. Get that bread, get that head, then leave. Peace out.
I got one more. I got one more, dudes. I got one more. I don't know what that is. It done went on auto rotate. Hold on, y'all. See, I don't. I see that's y'all shit. I see this y'all shit, but I also know this y'all shit too. I know this y'all shit. Hold on. Come on now. Y'all know flex don't warm y'all ass up. You know what, money boy. Hey,
throw that ass in a circle, circle, round and round like a merry-go. Throw it back, I might hurt you. Toot it up, girl, there you go. Way she shaking that ass, got me hard like a shell on the turtle. Hard like a shell on the turtle. To make the booty jump like a hurdle. When she throw that ass in a circle, throw that ass in a circle, throw that ass in a circle, throw that ass in a circle. When she throw that ass in a circle, throw that ass in a circle.
Lil Bunny, mother. I like naked women, and that's the naked truth. She got a little bit of booty, but she can make it move. I'm a broke nigga, head ass, April Fools. With all these girls standing around me naked shit, I'm thinking about getting naked too. Pop that pussy, don't play with me. If you ugly bitch, please take a seat. Oh, you mad, bro? If this your girl, then why the fuck she saying hey to me? Oh, that's cool, but if you disrespect, I'ma smoke your ass like a Vegas sweep. My dick big, and that's safe to say, but girl, I don't know if it's safe to see. She on that pole doing tricks, making you hoe niggas trick if you broke nigga quit. Her legs was married, but now they divorced up them hoes through the splits. You get that? Say you want this D? Well, baby girl, I'm about to blitz. You all on the floor, you all on the pole, but girl, can you do that on my? Okay, go on and feel it then. Yeah. Then go get a friend. Come to my crib, That's where I live. I just put a pole up in the den. When I put this in your, I say excuse you, cause I know it might fall.
It's the
Throw that ass in a
Come
circle,
on, Sip.
like a pie chart. Girl, stop what you doing and okay. Okay. Let go.
Throw that ass in a circle, circle, round and round like a merry-go-round. If you throw it back, I might hurt you. Toot it up, girl, there you go. And she shaking that ass. Got me hard like a shell on the turtle. Hard like a shell on the turtle. To make that booty jump like a hurdle. When she throw that ass in a circle, circle. Throw that ass in a circle, circle. Throw that ass in a circle, circle. Throw that ass in a circle.
Let's go,
She throw that ass in a circle, circle. Throw that ass in a circle, circle. Throw that ass in a
I got to
circle,
ride
circle.
when you
Throw
do
that ass in a
it.
circle, circle.
She throw that ass in a circle. That stripper kick make me tip a bit. I ain't gonna lie, just hit a lick. I'm with my niggas and she with the shits. I like them pretty, I like them thick, independent, on the shit. Keep it real, she on the pill, she on that kill, she on my dick. She lick her lips and do ass tricks. Hit the splits and do ass tricks. She a bad bitch with ass tits. Make the dick disappear like magic. Now take them fucking clothes off. Let me get a strip tease. Ball timber, bring buku bottles to the VIP, please.
Throw that ass. Don't worry, I'ma catch the pass. Hit it from the back, punching back. She real charisma, double swag. Who she fucking E&G? Who? Me? Who? D-Reed? Yeah, I guess she ride me dick. I guess she got the need for speed. And her long weave on E. My diamonds cold, can't breathe. Pop that pussy, young pimp C. Charging hoes with the dick feet. She a fake for the cock, no crack. She faded. You don't think the 80s was back?
Y'all
Now
just
on the fuck
wild.
up a track.
Just
Left
wild
ass
as
flat
shit.
on the fucking man.
Hey,
Throw that ass in the loop. Loopy. You ain't got a
that
big
ass
in the
already.
boot. Yeah. She got her ass out looking
Oh.
cute. She do. She
My
look like a
friend
rich
was
prostitute.
like-
Money. She eat my dick like
Okay.
Kevin Soup. Yummy.
My friend
Got that ass
was
fat like hoops. She give me good brand, I call her roof. I do. She rock my dick, House of Blues. Damn. I'ma take her back to school. Now she bad. She breaking all the rules.
Hey.
She started real fast on my dick. Yeah. But then I made her cool. And then I made her snooze. Sleep.
Baby got something to prove.
I lied, I got one more, just one more.
Girl, you ain't got nothing to
see
lose.
if y'all gonna
Go.
get your
Throw that ass in a circle, circle, round and round like a merry-go-round. If you throw it back, I might hurt you. Toot it up, girl, there you go. And she shaking that ass. Got me hard like a shell on the turtle. Hard like a shell on the turtle. To make that booty jump like a hurdle. When she
throw that ass in a circle. Throw that ass in a circle. Come on, throw that ass in a circle. Throw that ass in a circle. Good energy right there. Throw that ass in a circle. Yeah. Throw that ass in a circle. Yeah. Throw that ass in a circle. Throw that ass in a circle. Y'all know I lied. I got one more. I got one. Wait a minute. This the round one. I'm always choosing the wrong damn one. Here you go.
Shake that ass, bitch, and let me see what you
Hey.
got. So shake that ass, bitch, and let me
Where
see
y'all
what you
at?
got.
Where y'all at,
Just
True
shake
Tip?
that ass,
Hey.
bitch, and let me see what you got. Just shake that ass, bitch, and let me see what you got. Just shake that ass, bitch, and let me see what you got. Yo, hey.
Oh, he looks like Mr. 95.
Ain't no time to be faking trick. On the for real, I wanna see that ass, bitch. Drop it down a little low
Your
like
body
that.
ain't
Hit in the
easy,
front with the
concrete.
slack pack. Palm Beach County stop from the bottom. Shake that ass and do something, ho. Splat pack in the house out front, yo. G string from the back. Just shake that ass with a splash.
Shake that ass, bitch, and let me see what you got. Just shake that ass, bitch, and let me see what you got.
Okay, slide
Just shake
down.
that ass, bitch, and let me see what
I don't
you
know
got.
what it is,
Just shake
right?
that ass,
Y'all
bitch, and
just
let
throw
me
it
see
in
what
the
you got. Nobody. Come here, girl, step to the front. Now make that asshole jump. Kid money like to get bucked. So come here, girl, cause you're about to get fucked.
Hey.
Fight, fight, be rocking it. All the hoes jit jocking it. Kid money be rocking it. For real though, so let's go. Yo, I wanna see you sweat trap. So get in my face and make that ass clap. G straight from the back. Just shake that ass for the splash.
Shake that
ass, bitch, and let me see what you got. Just shake that ass, bitch, and let me see what you got. Just shake that ass, bitch, and let me see what you got. Just shake that ass, bitch, and let me see what you got.
He
Just
just
shake that
said,
ass, let me see what you got.
I'm not gonna play with you, people. Money Money Boy is not the male stripper, okay?
Hey baby, drop that thing down. All the hoes be shaking it.
That's
All the
Miss
hoes just
Silver Fox. I appreciate
All the
it.
hoes be shaking it. All the hoes just shaking it. They scrub the grind. Scrub the grind. He say scrub the grind. Scrub the grind.
So now you know what time it is. I knew you was with it one time from Magic City. They in the house. Black Pack came to turn it out. This one's for the booty shakers. I wanna see it all, no fakers. Kid money's on the beach freak. So open up and let me take a peek. Been on over, not touch your toe. Grab the pole, let me see that toe. Yeah, like that. Just shake that ass with a splash.
Shake that ass, bitch, and let me see what you got. Just shake that ass, bitch, and let me see what you got. Just shake that ass, bitch, and let me see what you got. Just shake that ass, bitch, and let me see what you got. I kinda like what I see. But
It's
you gotta
the
shake for this
Wiki.
money.
Let's go.
One time for my dogs in the pack. My niggas from the bottom down with the splash. So drop it down if you're with it. Don't stop, just get it. Let's pump it back up. Shake them titties, now make that pussy
Link
up.
pin,
Now
just-
turn your ass on over. Spread it wide and let a nigga get on ya.
Yes, sir.
I'm coming straight up the back. Kid money down with the swag. Bitch, and let me see what you got. Let's shake that ass. Bitch, and let me see what you got. Let's shake that ass. Bitch, and let me see what you got. Let's shake that ass. Bitch, and let me see what you got.
Yeah.
Drop it down a little low
Got
like
the
that.
good knees out.
Drop it down a little low like that. Drop it down a little low like that.
Okay, he got the remix. He got the remix. Let's go. Okay. Since y'all look, let me see who got them good knees.
You really gotta listen to me.
Ah,
You gotta listen to me.
yeah.
2 hands up,
Keep them up, hey. 2 hands up, keep them up, hey.
2 hands up,
keep them up, hey.
take it to the floor.
Take it to the floor. Take it to the floor. Take it to the floor.
Take it to the floor. Take it to the
Yeah,
floor.
let's see who got that.
Good knees, good knees, good knees, good knees, good knees, good knees. Keep your hands up.
Keep them up, y'all can't be cheap. Keep your hands up, keep them up, hey. Keep your hands up, keep them up.
Keep those hands up. You ready? There you go. 10,
9, 8,
7, 6,
5,
4, 3, 2, 1. Good knees.
Yeah, good knees. Who got the motherfucking good knees? Shout out to y'all. I thought I'd put y'all in a little party mood. I'm in a party mood. You hear me? What's up, panel? How y'all doing? Let me do this roll call right quick. Cause y'all, we gotta get in old brain ass today. And Dylan. And like I said, shout out to the True. I didn't have time to really look for the live and uncut walk through the house, but he did send me some stuff. So that's credit to him. What's up, Miss Brenda? What's up, Candy? And then shout out the nurse for sending me the article on the public defender that's representing O'Brien is. Okay. So yeah. Hey, can't handle the truth. Okay, girl. We understand. What's up, Charlene? Hey, Money Boy. Money Boy been cutting up in the chat as usual. What's up, Sandra? What's up, Rice Cakes, baby? Yes. What's up, Miss Margie Pongo? I see y'all, Slay Sis. Yours truly. She gonna always cut up. Y'all be cutting up. Miss Linda. Yes, honey. Liz B. You know what I'm saying? Come on in here, y'all. We finna get into put your investigator hats on, okay? Hi, E. Brooks. Yes, Goddess sis. You better be resting. Y'all know I'ma stay on Goddess. So y'all don't be taking it personal like, Felicity, why you always on Goddess? Because Goddess, no, I want her to get her rest. You know, she had a procedure. I'll be in the back of the... Okay, girl, yeah. You okay, you that. Okay, you the private investigator. Okay. Yes, honey. What's up? Come correct. Yours true. Oh, I said yours true. Come correct. What's up with it, sis? Scorpio in the motherfucking house. I know. Let me see. Nursey, she up here on the panel and everything chilling. We got bro Jizzle up on the panel chilling. Yes. Candy ass cut. And you cutting up. She talking about now I can get with this song. I seen y'all comments. Hold on, let me see. Nene Nicole, hey girl, you was in here dropping some peaches. Girl, yes. And then E. Brooks telling Money Boy to shake some dick. I can't even say it. He was not the male stripper, okay, E. Brooks. He was not the male stripper. He didn't sign up for that. You can't just be recruiting him. What's up, George girl? How you doing today? Hi, Miss Gloria. Hey, girl. Yes, honey. Let me see. Sandra, Candy, Linda. Damn, I still got a ways to go. Y'all was in here shaking that ass. Hi, K-Shell, girl. Shout out to Miss Silver Fox for the contribution to the channel. Yes, girl. Honey, let me see. Bayou Princess. Y'all, we finna get into some deep shit once again. We finna get into it. Yes, we are. Missy Lou, hi, girl. I knew you was coming, girl. That's the assistant investigator, because she be deep in it with me, girl. She be doing a lot. I be like, damn. Let me see. Lynn, hi, Lynn. Let me see. Let's see. Jan, hi, Jan, girl. You been in these investigator lives too, girl. Y'all be really hip and solve crime around this bitch. That's what I'm talking about. But you know, everybody, you know, great minds think alike, because like I said, I listened to, you know, a group of, I think one was an attorney, and then it was one was a public defender, and then one was like a prosecutor. So for real, I thought they were throwing a little shade at each other. I ain't gonna even lie. But one video I watched, the guy was asking like, why Dylan? And then like when I heard him say she called friends over. Shout out to Miss Glory. I appreciate you for your contribution to the channel, Miss Glory. We love you both. Yes. I heard him say what Jen said, and I know y'all probably don't know who Jen is, but she was in the chat last night, and she kept saying that Dylan called. And see, I didn't know that Dylan had called friends over before she called the police. So I was like, wait a minute. And then he said it today, and he couldn't understand why Dylan called friends over. But see, when and shout out to D Truth again, because like I said, he even blowed the video up a little bit more. And he was able to count the shadows that went by. Now, what I'm gonna do? Let me download this shit. But because I forgot to do that. Let's see. Okay. Let's see. This is it right here. That's the walk. Let me see. I can't find this other. Oh, well, maybe it's all together. But anyway, so let me download this. He slowed down the video. He even blew it up. I mean, he be on it. He be on his shit. He blew it up, and he also put the number of heads that passed by. Thank you, The Truth, for that. So when I looked at it, it looked like he counted 4. Like I was saying, I saw 4 people pass by. Now, reason why I'm bringing it up, and I'm letting the video download. Reason why I'm bringing it up is because now we know Dylan called friends over before she called the police. So I don't think they ever specified a time that Dylan said she called friends over. Nurse, have you heard anything about them telling the time that Dylan called her friends to come over?
Nope. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I'm listening.
Okay.
I was turning my speaker down. This is why I have a problem, because they need to ask those questions. They need to ask, what time did you make this phone? And then too, they don't even have to ask. They can just pull up phone records. So they need to identify the time that she made, because they now know. And see, now I understand, like I said, and a lot of authority do this shit. They would throw, when they know they have a suspect, they would throw anything after to throw them out, because they know, that most murderers feel like they can outsmart the law. Most any criminal really feel like they can outsmart the law. So the law is always going to be 2 steps ahead. You know what I'm saying? Especially when you got some shit like this. You know what I'm saying?
I was just about to say.
Because they know, then too, they already knew the background of old Brian is. They knew he studied law. You know what I'm saying? So they know, okay, he studied law, so he feel like he know. So we got to switch the game up a little bit.
Yeah, they're not dealing with the average criminal, the average killer either.
So my thing is, the reason why the phone call is so important that she made to her friends is because when I seen The Truth, when he sent me that video again, and this time he counted the numbers, he had the numbers up there, and I'm gonna show it to y'all too. And then y'all, if y'all was in the other live, I believe it was my Wednesday night live, probably either Wednesday night or my Thursday night. I think it was Wednesday when we blew it up, when he emailed me the truth, the video where he blew it up, but he didn't have the number of his. But he said, reason why I'm saying, he said in that live that he saw a girl, right? He said it was a girl in the mix of those shadows. So where I'm coming to the conclusion is, could this have been Dylan and her friends leaving?
Yeah, I was thinking that too.
And then she came back, made the call, and reported an unconscious person.
Which is crazy.
Right. But then I have to go back and look at the time frame of the police body cam. But then, like I said, the authorities is good at what they do. They can, it's I gotta go back and look at the body cam to see the time. But my thing is, that could have been dealing with some males leaving that house.
Something not right with Dylan.
No, something ain't right with Dylan. Hey, I said Miss Lou. Hey, Shager. Yeah, some not right. And so I'm gonna play this video where hold on, let me see which one this is. Well, first I'm gonna play the video of more details they spoke on. They spoke on the fact that Brian ass thought he was motherfucking slick and was throwing their trash, his family trash, in the neighbor's trash at night. See, Brian was always up at 2:00 in the morning doing something. My granny always told me the devil hours is 3:00, so he was up before the devil had to wake him up. He was on time when it came to the old devil. He was up at 2:00 in the morning, and then listen to the rest of the shit that was described about Brian around the holidays. So y'all listen. Hold on. Hey, bro. You up here just chilling?
Yeah.
Hey, Jizzle.
Okay. Hey, baby mama nurse.
Lord, I told you now. Till I get that check. I need that check for Jizzette and Jizzle number 8, Junior. Then we can discuss something.
You know what, yours truly, you just triggered me. Now, see, I wasn't thinking
I
about
was
old
just
Catherine
about to
Ass.
tell her to shut
I
up.
wasn't thinking about Catherine Ass because I'm a call Catherine. Cause me and her got to have a big girl
Lord have
sit down.
mercy, Lord. See what you did?
I need to see what old Catherine mind is it, cause she a little weird. You hear me? Catherine, old Catherine Ass.
She on Catherine's ass. She really is. I'm telling you.
She hooking up the serial killers. She hooking these motherfuckers up. It need to be organized crime to some on her ass.
It look like it, right? It do look like it.
Yeah. She linking them up and shit. She the connection. She the plug. She the whole motherfucking plug working in the university. And then, okay, so then let me tell y'all this. They said in the fall, this fool, and I think I said this last night, he applied for an internship at Pullman's police department.
You said that, yep.
Hey, Jen, girl. We finna get into some more what Brian ass done. We finna talk about it, girl. Because Brian motherfucking ass was daring too much. And he didn't think people was watching his ass, but they watched the fuck out of his ass. They watched the shit out of him, girl. Yes, Margie. Oh, Catherine ass. Hey, I ain't going, but I'm going to get in that motherfucker ass. I'm going to ask Catherine, what's up? I'm going to say Quee to Catherine.
You need to. That's who you need to say, yeah.
We going to see Catherine. Yeah. We going to ask Catherine what the fuck is up.
Yeah.
Let's go out real. For real, that's who I'm gonna send Quee and Spiritual. See, because Spiritual gonna be reading her energy and shit. She gonna come back and have a report for us. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Come correct. Yeah, Spiritual. See, Quee gonna be distracting her, and Spiritual gonna be reading the energy. Y'all see what I got going on? Yes. Thank you, Scorpio. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna have going on. See, Catherine ain't gonna even know. I'm like the phase. I'm watching you. I got Quee and Spiritual in disguise on old Catherine age. She don't even know what's going on. She just knows women gonna show up ghetto and hood. I might have them sit in her class a couple of days.
The real setup, yeah.
Say. Y'all don't have me doing no parent on Quee going to Catherine class.
Lord have mercy. Go ahead, Flexi. We here for it.
That's a piece of shit. Y'all know I'm always gonna do some crazy shit. Okay, so let me share my screen so I can show y'all what these people what was reported about him snooping around the neighbor's trash can in the middle of the night. Just around the holidays, you putting your trash in their trash can. I bet them
This is the man police say is behind the Idaho student murders. 28-year-old Brian Christopher Koberger. He was arrested at his family home outside Scranton, Pennsylvania. And a white Hyundai Elantra, like this one seen near the Idaho murder scene, was seized there.
It is a little out of character. He said, I mean, this is not him. He believes he's going to be exonerated. That's what he believes.
Hello and welcome to True Crime Rocket Science, the most authentic voice in true crime.
Y'all listen to him. I like listening to him because he brought in a detail, like I said, I didn't know about. So yeah, so we just gonna watch him. Listen to what the fuck was reported, y'all. This shit crazy. Oh, hold on. Let me see. Make sure Truth ain't hit. I sent the thing. I know she's doing something right now. Okay, hold on.
Well, you've got to wonder, is Koberger still as confident as he was before the affidavit came out now? Is he still as confident in his case? Now, no matter what the angle you're looking at it from, true crime is a game. It's a game of cat and mouse. In the criminal phase, it's a case of the cat trying to sees its chance while the mice play. When should it make its move? But of course, the moment a crime has been committed, then the tables turn and the predator becomes the mouse. The predator becomes the prey and the hunt begins. And we've just seen that play out in a 49-day investigation, a 49-day manhunt. And if you think about that hunt, it's a hunt for a person, but also a hunt for evidence, for artifacts, for a vehicle, for tips and plates. And yes, even the perpetrator's trash. And there is something faintly amusing, not necessarily funny, but something almost amusing about the perpetrator more than a month later running around with surgical gloves trying to pick up his parents' trash and pick up after them during Christmas in order not to leave an evidence trail, and anyway failing at that particular effort. So in this analysis, we're going further afield. We're going out of Moscow, back to Pennsylvania, back to deal with inculpatory evidence not mentioned in the affidavit. The cops didn't just search the Kohlberger's trash willy-nilly. The criminal genius himself, not knowing he was under surveillance, was sneaking around with trash bags at night, leading the cops to think, well, let's have a look at that trash. Interestingly, the trash that led to a sample bingo was likely trash Kohlberger had stashed himself on a neighbor's property during a nocturnal sortie. Creepy Kohlberger, perhaps dressed entirely in black, hoped to execute that mission like a professional serial killer or cat burglar, but he botched that too. And instead, he was basically acting like a kind of Santa Claus, collecting all of this evidence that he was trying to get rid of, putting it in a bag, and leaving it somewhere right in front of investigators just to collect and say, okay, thank you very much. We'll take that and we'll test it. Now, I think during all of the surveillance, the obvious question would come up from those doing the surveillance, is this guy showing signs of guilty knowledge? Is he showing obvious signs of guilty knowledge? And one way to look at that is his demeanor, how furtive he is, how he tries to avoid answering certain things. But the other way is simply, what is he doing every day? And also, what is he doing late at night? Before we get to that, if you haven't subscribed to the channel, please do. You can also join Patreon.
Now, you got to remember, y'all, he got a friend that did an interview and said that, you know, he knew him and they would go jog late at night. He would call him like at 2 a.m. and go running. That's what we got, that he go jogs at 2 a.m. So I'm like, well, shit, who finna go jog at 2 a.m? 2 a.m. So he was always up. His ass never went to sleep. He was always doing some shit into some shit. Don't come right. Let's see. I saw a picture of him in court on the news day, and her looks like Tim McVeigh. Girl, yeah, he do. Flex, you got me hollering. I'm sorry, Slate girl. Yeah. So he would go jog at 2 a.m. So it makes sense that, you know, he's sitting up snooping around people's trash. And like, he was a bold little motherfucker, because who's to say your neighbors didn't have fucking cameras? They probably did, and that's probably how they know you was throwing your trash in their trash. See, the police was already watching your ass, so they knew too. When you
Yeah, they knew.
They wasn't watching. Huh?
I say, yeah, they knew.
They knew. So, like Dan just said, that prompted police to go see what the fuck you look. I mean, you look suspicious when you doing some shit like that, when you got a trash bin to throw your own motherfucking trash in, but you went to your neighbor's house. So you...
What they say, I heard them say earlier that for him to be so smart, he's one of the dumbest criminals they ever seen. I said the same thing, for him to be so, you know, intelligent. But, you know, some people are too smart for their own good.
Right. And then the fact you demanding them not to leave no paper around and all your family and shit, like...
Yeah.
They should have known something was up with your ass. Like, why is he Because I'm pretty sure he was tripping the whole fucking time. You got to remember, he's a heroin addict. So he was struggling with that drug. And then he was probably in there hallucinating like a motherfucker. Just acting very weird. Them parents cannot tell me they didn't see a change in their son.
Mm-hmm. I think they knew. I really do.
I do too.
With
Okay,
that
Lee.
father, the father riding around with him, what was it that I saw more than 2 months after the murderers? You can't tell me that at least the father, who I'm sure told the mother, and probably the whole damn family knew. But look at the sister. I think they all a little nutty, if you ask me.
Right. They are.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Hold on, y'all. Wait a minute, y'all. I'm sorry. Somebody text me. Oh, he mercy. Hold on. Let me see. Yeah. Ooh, yeah. So, hold on. I don't know why this motherfucker. Motherfucker be knowing when I say I'm gonna be on live between this hour and this hour, don't text me. I'm sorry, y'all. You know, they got me on the flyer for people to call for tables because our holiday party is coming up. So people is like texting me, and I told my people at a certain time they need to, if I send it to them, they need to take care of that person. So girl, they just got me doing too fucking much. I'm already a treasurer. They need to leave me alone. Hell, I haven't been able to breathe. Ooh, Lord. Okay, so now, yeah, let's listen to some more of him. I'm finna fast forward a little bit.
Besides all of these statements, what need does he serve by killing? Think about that and let me know what you think in the comments. If you're enjoying this episode, please like, share, leave a comment, and let's get started. Trash out for a while and it's piled up, and you sort of feel a little bit embarrassed by how much is there. Of course, I've never murdered anyone, and in this situation, in these circumstances, doing something like that, especially late at night, and running around with surgical gloves, that turns all sorts of cockpit lights red in the investigators' minds. But here's a question. What is going on in Koberger's mind? What red lights were going on in his mind? What was he concerned about? How and why did Koberger assume he may have left DNA at the scene? Well, think about that. Number one, he knew he'd left the sheath behind. The killer knew that. He may also have cut himself, although there's no evidence thus far from the casual reading of the affidavit that that's the case. But then there were likely numerous scuffles with the victims. Probably the most vigorous and lengthy and exhausting were the final two with Ethan and Xana. If he was scratched, he could have left DNA behind as well. Now, we'll get to the report about the garbage in a second. Almost a Dr. Koberger was also seen cleaning his car inside and outside, not missing an inch, according to those observing him. Well, nothing too strange about that, but when last did you clean your vehicle using surgical gloves? And as it turned out, he was right to be worried. One of the two reasons the cops were on his...
So he was at the house cleaning it. Correct me if I'm wrong. It sounded like the man said he was cleaning his car with surgical gloves on.
Mm-hmm.
I told y'all he was walking around with surgical gloves on. They said they spotted him with surgical gloves on in a store. They followed him in a grocery store called the Giant. I think they said an Albertsons. They said they followed him every fucking where. But they noticed the gloves.
Yeah, they did.
This motherfucker thought he was slick.
He did think he was. Mm-hmm.
He thought he was slick. He thought he was slick. Catherine ass didn't show you everything, motherfucker.
Lord
She
have
didn't show
mercy.
his ass everything.
No, she didn't, Flexi. No, she
Because she
didn't.
would have told, she would, you know, she would have told her how this shit works. You can't, you ain't, you know, you're not gonna get away. You was a sloppy motherfucker. You left footprints. They got your footprints in the house and outside of the house. Would they know what type of shoe you was wearing? All this shit. You spit it out in the road, so they tracked your tire marks. You know what I'm saying? And then they tuned your cell phone. Then they was able to pull cell phone records. That's why I say motherfuckers claim they can say whatever, man. It is a way for the law to dig into your life. They already watching you. They already watching you.
Yeah, and it's the FBI too. You
Come
know.
on now, and they can tune in to anybody. Come on. That's why okay, let's listen to some more what O'Brien ass was doing.
Trail was because they were sniffing around. They were sniffing around for his or his family's DNA. And it looked like he did a good job getting rid of his own DNA. One wonders at the table, you know,
Now I got to correct you on that, homeboy, because he left DNA on the sheet that he left in the house. He was sloppy. I ain't saying he did a good job. I ain't even finna give him credit on shit. He's a murderer.
Nah, he did leave that. That was a big piece of evidence.
That was a big piece of evidence, and to find your DNA on the motherfucker.
Yep.
Now, homeboy, you gonna have to go back and correct yourself on that. For real. Okay. Hey, Miss Brenda Gerd, what you doing? That's extremely suspicious right there. He's definitely not. He looked like he was like that caller. Y'all remember that call I played for y'all where he called into a podcast where they saying it was him, allegedly him, called into a podcast. And he was like, the sorority brothers asked him if he would kill anybody and get it. If he killed anybody, do he think he'll get away with it? Yeah, he called into a podcast. They said allegedly now. He called into a podcast and he said that shit. And we heard the call last night on the other guy that said, y'all says, hey, Nikki girl. Nigga, where you been, girl? I know, girl, you be busy, honey. We got lives. All our sippers and us got lives, honey. But yes, they said he had called into the damn podcast and but then you got a lot of people saying that, well, that might not be him because, and then now that we listened to the voice, we did in the evidence room, we did our voice analyzers and shit last night. We listened to the court hearing and then we listened to the TikTok video and we compared the two. So we already know what he sound like. So now it's like I have to go back and listen to that podcast to see if this is the same voice that I identified last night.
Do you have that podcast?
Yeah, we played it. Well, actually, boy that y'all said looked scary. He had it on his video, but I'm more than welcome to play that again for y'all.
Oh, that's the one you're talking about. Okay.
Yes. Now, see, you heard the way that dude was talking. I don't think that was him because it sounded like he had a little more of a country twang to his little talking. He said he was in Utah. That's where he said he was in. But of course, motherfuckers could still lie. Look how Brian was being sneaky and shit. You know what I'm saying? So yeah. So I'm gonna finish playing this and then we're gonna get off into some more shit. And I'm gonna show y'all what D-Truth sent me according to and I think I seen this video, but I just didn't click on it. So it's good that maybe it's meant for me to see it because he sent it to me. The layout of the home. Now, as I watched another channel, they had the layout of the home and she had comments up, but she actually had the rooms labeled. But the house was kind of built weird. So the little Sims game part, y'all said it came from Sims. Y'all was talking shit. She said that was him. Margie gonna call. Margie say all that shit was Brian ass. Fuck what you heard. She said that was him. He guilty. He a dumb criminal. He talked too much. He was talking too much. But it's good. We needed him to talk a lot so the motherfucker we could solve these crimes. You hear me? Because them kids did not deserve for their lives to be taken because you was in a jealous rage. Really, it was like I heard stories from several people that knew him, and they said that he could not accept rejection. That was his biggest problem. He did not like being rejected. And it made sense because they said he also had an arrogant personality. So that's why the motherfucker was arrogant. He wanted to, and he called some waiter a bitch. He was flirting with her and she turned him down. And, it was in an article that he called her a bitch. And I think that's the bar we were speaking on where they had a code on his ID, like a warning.
A flag, yeah.
Yeah, a flag. They flagged his ID so they'll know. And he said, when the guy that was reporting, he said the owner walked up to him and asked, "We're not gonna have no problems today, Brian," or some of that nature. And it was like he calmed the fuck down, like he couldn't believe somebody had checked him. Now he feel like somebody is watching him.
And never came back after that.
Never came back after that. He never came back after that. You're right. You can't go in no bar and just because this girl reject you, you get mad. But see, it's a lot of men that do this shit, but.
So he was it was several women that complained about him, making them feel uncomfortable.
He had a list. Yeah, he had a list of women that complained. He had enough for them to flag his damn ID. He had enough.
And that was just them saying that he made them feel uncomfortable. Can you imagine, like, if he had took one of them home? Oh my God, like, one that was that inebriated and decided to, to go with him or whatever. At least everybody was sober enough to know, like, not that bastard. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah. You're right, Nikki. His eyes looked like his spirit was never there ever.
Right.
You hear me? He got a dark soul.
They sure do.
Yeah. So we finna listen to some more of this. Hold on, y'all.
Inside his parents' home, at the table, when he slept in bed, when he went to the bathroom, when he was doing the laundry, perhaps even opening Christmas gifts. Did mom or dad notice anything weird about Koberger picking up after himself in a particularly precision-engineered campaign of collecting litter and collecting all that sort of thing? Perhaps he said to his mother something like, Mom, I just want to help around the house if I can. It's Christmas.
His mother then just sort of fell into the shoulder of her daughter. You couldn't hear her, but she was crying so hard. The court brings over Kleenex because at this point, the whole family is very emotional and the whole family, they're taking the Kleenex. Then he signed the extradition papers.
Now, that is another part of the narrative that is really unknown and one that I've been dealing with and trying to deal with. I've been getting a lot of pushback from even people that know me quite well. How dare you insinuate that his parents were overprotective? How dare you insinuate that his parents were very close to him? How dare you? But the issue isn't blaming anyone. The issue is, what is the mechanism of the criminal psychology here? How do the dynamics actually play into that? And it comes to this question of what need does he serve by killing? And I think a clue to the answer to that is getting something from his family and from his parents that he's not getting from society. Why is that and what is that? Now, according to CNN, quote, a surveillance team assigned to Koberger was tasked with 2 missions. And that's according to multiple law enforcement sources. The one was keep eyes on Koberger so they could arrest him as soon as a warrant was issued. And bear in mind, several warrants were issued to search for example, phone records, right? And seize, I guess, CCTV material. And I believe you need probable cause for those as well. And then also to try to obtain an object that would yield a DNA sample from Koberger, which could then be compared to DNA evidence found at the crime scene. And I've got an idea it's not just one sample of DNA, it's numerous, but that was something that that law enforcement knew they had they knew they had that sort of evidentiary ammunition right? And I think Koberger feared that. It does seem as though the cops could have arrested Koberger even without the DNA match. I mean, as early as November 25th, less than 2 weeks after the crime, an officer had already located Koberger's vehicle, that white Elantra, in a campus parking lot in Pullman, Washington. That's the town neighboring Moscow, just a 10-minute drive away. That aspect is covered on page 9 of the 19-page affidavit. Now, almost a month later, as late as December 23rd, law enforcement received Koberger's phone records dating back to June 2022. That is as far as the court would allow them to deal with that. And they got that from AT&T. They managed to sync his phone movements to local CCTV of his vehicle leaving and returning to his apartment in Pullman, Washington. So do you see, they did actually have enough to nab him before Christmas. I was saying on this channel, I won't be surprised if, or I expect that there will be an arrest before Christmas. Now, Koberger, which I think we can also nickname him Noisy Night Owl, was seen leaving his home at 4 a.m. This is in Pennsylvania, a similar time to when the murders were committed in Idaho. According to the article, in one instance prior to Koberger's arrest, authorities observed him leaving his family home at around 4 a.m. and putting trash bags in the neighbors' garbage bins. So he didn't drive away. He didn't make really much of an effort to take it really far away. He just went right next to the neighbors, and that actually may have cost him. That you could call it laziness. At that point, agents recovered the garbage from the Koberger's family trash bin. So at that point, so him coming out at 4 a.m., putting the trash out, that
he outside. He's so paranoid. He outside at 4 in the fucking morning, throwing away fucking trash. 4 in the morning, throwing away fucking trash.
It's just stupid. That ain't obvious. That's not obvious that you up to something.
4 in the morning, throwing out fucking trash. This boy was a lunatic. He was crazy.
I'm sorry. I'm reading something else about him. I'm paying attention, but I'm trying to do. Looking at something. Okay.
Let's listen to what I'm gonna let this play, and then we're gonna get off into the panel that it was. Let me see. Yeah, it was a panel, and I don't think is this the right one. Yeah, it should be the right one. With the police and I believe attorney, what he had to say. So I'm gonna let this play.
The first attorney, when he was in where was he? In Philadelphia? That's where he was?
Oh, Pennsylvania. Was it Pennsylvania?
Okay.
Now I think these are like, other people just giving their insight. But like I said, the guy asked the question we was asking: why the fuck Dylan didn't call the police? No, I just can't get over that. I'm sorry.
Nah, I'm stuck on that too.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, hold on.
That is exactly that is kind of what activated them to then immediately seize those trash bags. Not only what was placed into the neighbors' bins, but I think what was already in the Koberger's family trash bin. And who knows, maybe they got the idea from him to look through the trash. So Ali must have been very grateful to Koberger for carefully collecting the trash, putting it somewhere where they could retrieve it without his family or Koberger himself easily being able to detect that it had been removed. He had literally done them a favor as well by sneaking around at night, highlighting that there was a potential reward waiting for them in his not-so-secret trash run. If you think about it, they out there, they're doing kind of a stakeout. It's late at night, it's cold, there's nothing to do, and then he actually provides them with something to look at and something to act on. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot for giving us this Christmas gift. And then this then brings us to the surgical gloves and him cleaning the vehicle. I'm sure you've read about this elsewhere, but he was actually seen multiple times outside his parents' home in Pennsylvania wearing surgical gloves. So you kind of get the idea that anything that he touched, perhaps if he was doing yard work, he didn't want anything taken there. We've also heard a report somewhere that he was seen entering a grocery store, I think a place called Giants, and he was also wearing gloves at that point. How long was he going to keep that up? And was he going to keep that up beyond winter? What is he going to do when he marked his students' papers? When he entered the classroom and left, also use gloves? Now, the recovered items, garbage items, were sent to the Idaho State Lab. And last Friday, Pennsylvania State SWAT team then moved in on the Koberger family home. Yes, well, that was after something in the trash ultimately connected to Koberger's DNA, in spite of all his efforts. What they did then was they broke down the door and windows in what is known as a dynamic entry. It's a tactic used in rare cases to arrest high-risk suspects. And so they obviously thought of him as high risk, someone who had potentially the brains to trick them, to outsmart them. And although I think there's this temptation to ridicule him as a moron or as an idiot, let's face it, he did manage to stay on the run for 49 days, and he did manage to outsmart an army, I think an army of about 60 FBI agents. But did the suspect in this crime commit the perfect murder? Not even close. Thank you for listening, and I'll see you guys next time.
Okay, so I was trying to make sure this was the right video. Let me see if this is. Yeah, hold on. Hold on, y'all. Let me pull this up because I thought I had the right one. I don't watch so many fucking videos on this shit. And I've been all on, the other parts of social media to find other stuff from him. Let me see. About him because I know he did a fucking lot. He did way too fucking much. I think this is the one. I think it's the. Is this the man? I'm trying to remember what the fuck the man looked like here. Hold on, y'all. I think this is one. Let me see. Hold on. Okay, I got it. Hold on. I think this is it. If it's not, we're going to still listen to what the hell they say. Because I'm telling you, these people are like us. Why didn't this girl call the police? And then I'm going to show y'all what the truth sent me. Hold on. Oh, okay. Back over here.
Welcome back from a cell phone data trail to the multiple sightings of a white Hyundai Elantra to the sheath of a still missing knife that's believed to be the murder weapon. If Brian Koberger is in fact the killer, he seems to have given police pretty much a roadmap right to his front door. And this is a man who was working towards a PhD in criminology. Again, if he's guilty, what happened? Was he blinded by passion or frightened out of his wits?
Hey, the truth.
Did he want to get caught? I'm joined now by someone who has tackled these questions before in actually thousands of other cases, from Lacey Peterson to J.C. Dugard. But Paul Holes is most famous as the former cold case investigator who helped take down the Golden State Killer after decades on the loose. He is the author of the memoir Unmasked. Paul, I thought of you right away. We expected so little evidence in this affidavit, and it was a cascade of, frankly, mystery upon mystery, and yet we do have what we have. And what we have is that there was a bolo, a be on the lookout for white Elantra on November 25th. And I think it was the 29th that they knew that he had one, and they had his license with a description of him. They had so much so early. They had DNA on the snap of the knife sheath that day. I don't understand how it takes so long. I don't know your business, investigators, but help me.
Well, you have to understand that the affidavit is really a retrospective. And so the detective who's writing it is writing chronological order on when information came in. But when you start talking about this bolo for the white Hyundai Elantra, you have to understand that when they are initially investigated, they don't even have a license plate for this Elantra. So when they are now gathering data, going to the state's DMV and reaching out to other law enforcement agencies and their databases, they're getting thousands of bits of information of different registered owners of white Hyundai Elantras. Now, maybe Brian Kohlberger's name was in that list, but they didn't know that he was the killer at that point in time. At the same time, you have this parallel process going on with the lab processing evidence, and it takes time. Now, they shockingly had this knife sheath that was left behind that ultimately had Kohlberger's DNA on it, which is just, for me, it's just crazy that they had such great evidence. But it takes time to go through to process not only the DNA from this sheath, but they have mountains of other evidence in the case that the lab is probably working in batches. So it probably took some time, 7 days, 10 days before they get their initial DNA results back. So they are juggling multiple things that take time. And ultimately, the stars aligned. The DNA added up. They had a suspect who had a white Hyundai Elantra. And then as they dug further, circumstantial evidence really cemented the case.
So that it's fascinating. I'm looking at this timeline, and I picked it all apart and made crazy notes looking through the affidavit. But November 29th, a Washington State University police officer gets an Elantra and takes it right to Kohlberger's apartment. He sees that there's this Elantra. The Bolo's been out for 5 days, or 4 days, and he sees this one at Kohlberger's apartment. So he can read the plate, and he says it's a Pennsylvania plate. If you were to look at that plate, you got a stop on August 21st where there is body cam video with a guy with bushy eyebrows. And we know from day one that Dylan Mortensen said the guy in my house that night had bushy eyebrows. Then you get a second body cam, and that's on October 14th. And that one was also, this one was also Washington State University officers, and there is body cam, presumably to show bushy eyebrows. So you have 2 videos there, plus a license, a driver's license that gives a description exactly of the person that Dylan Mortensen described to the police. But then it looks like they didn't ask for the phone records, the historical phone records of this suspect, because he'd given his phone number during one of those traffic stops, right? He gave them his phone number during the August 21st. They didn't start looking for historics on that until December 23rd. That to me is a bit of a surprise.
Well, and again, I think this is where, the confusion comes in as you have this Washington State University cop who sees this white Hyundai Elantra. But this is one of many tips that law enforcement is fielding at the time. So until they have something that causes them to focus on Kohlberger, they're having to try to sort through all of these tips. Just because you have footage showing that you have a male that has bushy eyebrows, that isn't going to be sufficient to cause law enforcement to disregard all the other tips. This is where I believe that there's a likelihood that they had other more advanced DNA technology that was utilized that helped them focus in on Kohlberger. And then once they focused in based on that kind of technology, now they started adding things up. Oh, he drives a white Elantra. Now you get the body cam footage. Now you get the cell phone records, and the circumstantial case starts to cement itself.
Did you have a bit of a flashback to the Golden State Killer? Because I got to say, I heard in this affidavit that Brian Koberger applied for an internship at the Pullman, Washington Police Department just in the fall, just a couple months ago. So presumably it is sometime around the murder, right? The murder's on November 13th, and sometime in the fall, he's applying to be an intern with the cops. And the Golden State Killer is, of course, a cop. And of course, the familial DNA that you work to find.
Ain't that some shit? Ain't that some shit, y'all? He applied in the fall. I ain't know he was compared to the Golden State Killer. I didn't know that, child.
I just heard that yesterday. In addition to the BTK, but I think he had better access through that lady whose name I won't say. That to the BTK. You see what I'm saying? Like he had more resources with him. Now, I don't know. It's probably just another obsession with the Golden State Killer, and I'm sure when they dig deeper, it's probably obsession with a lot more serial killers. But
yeah,
I just think that BTK, he definitely had obsession with him, but then he, like we said, he had somewhat of a connect through Catherine.
I'm not missing as long as they took to catch him.
Mm-hmm.
More about it. But Missy, you know what? I was thinking about when I was reading your comment. I believe this one because I believe this one was personal, real personal to him.
Mm-hmm.
So I think he probably was like still in shock that he killed them, and you know what I'm saying. It's probably was like. We don't know if that was the heighten of his spree because, like I said, I believe his ass done killed before. And I need to find that live where, and it's on here, where they said he may have been connected to a murder in Oregon.
I could get. I could almost guarantee you. I'm just stuck on the fact that I don't think that these are his first victims. I don't know why, but I just don't think so.
I don't
again, how far back it goes. I don't think, like I say, it could be in his early 20s.
Yeah.
It could be, earlier than that. But I don't think that these are his. I don't think these are his first victims. And I pretty much can guarantee, too, that if they didn't catch him, these wouldn't have been the last.
Right. The Truth said, I have a theory on why he didn't kill the other girl. Please share. Nikki said, I believe he has done. I do too, Nikki. I do too. I said it since I've been bringing up Brian Hayes. I don't think this was his first go round because look how many he killed at one time.
Mm-hmm.
And then you had a male, someone that was a few inches taller than you, and Ethan didn't look like he was no little fragile guy. You know what I'm saying? He looked like he can muscle your ass down. So you had, my thing is, I believe he probably snuck up on Ethan. Well, they said they was asleep. And then it was like, and I got to go back and get the screenshot off of what video there was. But they had video of where they said Xana got her Grubhub at 4:00, but she never ate it. Her food was untouched. So that means he was in that house when her delivery arrived.
They said earlier, I had watched something that a video captured the car numerous times on the morning of the murders, including at 4:04 a.m. It raced away. 16 minutes later, the murders are believed to have been committed during that time. So it would make sense. Yep, it would make sense.
That's what I'm saying. He drove around that house four times. The fourth time he got out. That's when they said that he had to have entered that house. So her Grubhub was delivered at 4 a.m. They got the confirmation from the delivery driver. They did question him.
Mm-hmm.
So basically, she never got a chance to eat her food. They said she was on TikTok. She woke. They believe she probably went to sleep, but she got up and she was on TikTok or something. So you know how people do TikToks with their food and stuff. She probably was finna get ready and do that, and he killed her.
Yeah.
It's
That
sad.
happened, they said, like I said, that the murder seemed to have occurred at 4:04,
Mm-hmm.
and then he raced away 16 minutes later. The murders are believed to have been committed during that time.
Yeah.
And that time frame makes perfect sense.
Missy said, was the food taken in the house or left on? I believe it was in the house because I seen a screenshot of the picture of their kitchen. So it was like the bag was sitting by dishes. Like you could tell it was a, because it was in a brown paper sack. What it looked like she may have gotten some Sonic or something, you know what I'm saying? But or wherever she got it from, it was in a brown paper bag, but it was still rolled up like she haven't even ate her food.
And that was real close between him and the Grubhub dude or female, whatever, crossing paths too. That was very close,
Right. Hey, Truth. Hey, the Truth.
What up?
Hey, how is everybody doing?
Oh, we good. How you doing?
Hello.
Did you get my onslaught of of information I sent you?
Yes, I said I was gonna put it up after we, was listening to this, and then I was gonna take them through because, like I said, I didn't have time, so I was thanking you for sending me that. Yes, and how you blew up the video and counted the shadows.
Yes, the shadows. Yes, I even labeled them 1, 2, 3.
You sure
4.
did. You sure did.
Okay.
So my theory, on why he abruptly left. Okay, that gash on his right hand was about 6 inches long.
Yeah.
It was from a defensive wound that he got from the last kill.
Okay.
He was bleeding.
Yeah.
He knows that he cannot leave DNA behind.
Right.
That's why he walked down that stairs, and when he saw that girl, he just headed out the door. He knew if he had confronted her and tried to kill her, his blood was going to be on her.
Exactly. Yeah, you're right. That's a good theory, the Truth. I didn't think about that because he did have a deep wound.
Yeah, that was big. That's a 6-inch gash that he has on his wrist, and it's a good inch in width.
Right.
So that was a pretty decent scratch, which he might have got. He might have scraped himself with his own knife when he was killing either the guy or the girl.
That's what I said yesterday. With the way he was, the aggression and everything, he very well could have, because that's exactly what it is. It's a gash.
Yeah, it's a gash in his arm.
Mm-hmm.
And we know how he try to be so, not that he careful of leaving DNA since he wearing surgical gloves.
He's got gloves on, but here's the thing: he tried to put the knife back in the sheath. And that's where they found the blood. Was on the button of the sheath. So the way the K bars are, it goes in, and then there's a strap that goes around the handle, and that locks it in place. I believe he was trying to put his knife back in there, and the blood was on his hand. He got it on the button. He didn't get it on the leather case. They said they lifted the blood from the button.
Why leave the sheet if you know?
I think he panicked because he was cut.
Right.
Oh, okay.
He was cut. He knew he had to get out of there. Also, Dylan said that she heard the girl say, "Someone's in here." Now, she had to be pretty close to where that girl was to overhear her say, "Someone's in here."
Yeah, because I looked at another layout, so it makes it look like Dylan's room was kind of by Xana's room.
Yeah, I actually sent you the layout
Yeah, let me
of
pull
all
it
the murders. So
Yeah.
there's actually a schematic that shows you each of the bedrooms where the boyfriend and girlfriend were, and then the two girls.
Okay, hold on. Yeah, I got them. I'm gonna pull them up.
Yeah, and so Dylan couldn't have been that far from her to overhear her say like somebody's in here.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And
'Cause
I
they said-
believe that may have been also the shock of hearing someone's in here, and then the next sentence was, "Don't worry, I'm going to take care of you."
Yeah. Yep. Because they said that's what he said.
That's what Dylan repeated to the police.
Yeah.
Someone's in here, and then he says, "Don't worry." Now I don't know if it was him that said it or her boyfriend said it.
How you think the boyfriend was saying he got killed?
Well, but see, that's the thing though. Did he kill them before it was said? Did they say that before he killed them?
Well, you know,
Because they say it was a
didn't
surprise
specify.
attack.
Yeah,
They-
she
they-
said she didn't specify, so we don't know. Yeah, you
Yeah,
right.
so they could have been the boyfriend that says, "Don't worry, I'll take care of you." Because
Yeah.
the way Dylan said it was kind of strange. Like Dylan said, "I heard her say someone is in here."
Yeah.
But if that was something that alarmed her, why wouldn't she call the police when she saw that guy leaving?
Right. Right. Yeah, that's the only thing that got me. The truth is why she didn't call the police.
Well, that's strange that you heard someone say someone is in here, and
Mhm.
it probably wasn't like someone's in here. Like it was more of a, I think somebody's in here.
Right.
Because even in the dark, you can feel other people's presence.
You
Yes,
sure
you
can.
can.
Sure can.
Okay, I've been trained in the dark, pitch black. You can feel other people's presence. So either she felt somebody was there, because people sit back and go, "Oh, you can't really tell," but you could actually tell people looking at you. You could tell somebody's kind of, you can't see them, but you could feel somebody looking at you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So I mean, it's hard to tell, and I don't think we're ever going to know. Did she, what was going through Dylan's mind and why she didn't call the police?
Right. Well, I heard one analyzer sit up and say that, she probably was in shock. And normally when we're in shock, that the brain don't, really think.
Shock.
Yeah.
Shock from what?
From seeing him.
Okay, but again, when you come to, you're not going to be in shock. You're going to come to. You're going to realize that, oh my God, what did I just see?
Yeah.
And then you're gonna. So she didn't come out of shock until 11:30 the next day.
Right.
That's what I want to know. That's what I want to know.
I believe she was either drunk or high.
Yeah.
She saw this guy. He walked by her. He looked right at her, but there was no confrontation.
Yeah.
So in her mind, she's like, "Is that so and so a guy she hooked up with, and he's leaving at 4:00 in the morning?" Now, I did say something the other night in the chat.
Mm-hmm.
There's no sliding door on the bottom floor.
Right.
What I'm looking at was a window, and it was a 2-pane window side by side, which I believed might have been a sliding door, but it wasn't, because I sent you pictures of the house from every angle.
Yeah.
The only sliding door they have is in the kitchen.
Yep. That's where it was.
Now, I'm trying, let me pull up, because I want to know which one is Dylan's room.
Now they said, now when I watched, okay, hold on, I'm gonna pull it up because they made what I saw. It looked like Dylan room may have been on the second floor.
That's what I'm thinking, because the kitchen is where the kitchen is where the sliding door is.
Mm-hmm.
So the kitchen is where the sliding door is. Okay, so you got bedroom 1 and 2.
Yeah, I'm finna
Is on the
share
second
it.
is on the second floor.
Right.
So there's a bedroom in the far right, and then there's a one all the way in the back.
Right. Yeah.
And then there's the kitchen and the foyer, and the kitchen has the sliding door. So her bedroom would have to be the one all the way in the back, because when she exits her bedroom, she's in the living room. Okay, go to the, I'm trying to see where it is.
Yeah, because you sent me a lot.
See right here. See right
Yeah.
here. This is the second floor. There is the stairs.
Right.
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 So that all the way to the left. See that green thing on the wall?
Mm-hmm.
All the way to the left is the foyer. And that leads to the kitchen where that door is.
Let me see if I can.
So this is the living room.
Order.
Yeah.
So is this okay? So the one that was vacant. Okay, so this is where they walk in right here.
Yes, this is the bottom floor where they walk in. I don't think there's any bedrooms down there. The bedrooms are on the second and third floor.
Okay, I need to go the other way then.
Yeah.
So okay,
this,
that's the living room.
This is the living room, right? And then there's a bedroom off of the living room.
They said this is confirmed. You put is confirmed as survivor Dylan's bedroom.
Yes, which is bedroom 2.
Yeah. Okay. And then
now it looks like there's a door. No, that's not a door. How do you get? Oh, so there is a door. But I'm trying to see. It looks like there's a door to the kitchen from Dylan's room.
Okay, let me see. Because this is bedroom 3B, 3A. Let's see. Because I see you got all I done downloaded everything you just said. Where all the floor plans is though? They back up here. Okay. So you said go by the kitchen?
Yes.
Okay.
Here's the kitchen. You could actually spin this. Like, I don't know which one you're using. If you're just using my pictures, or you're actually on the site where I.
No, I'm not actually on the site. How do you?
Okay.
I'm using the pictures.
So hit the next picture and see.
Right here.
Okay, so here's the kitchen. There's the sliding door. Wow. There is Dylan's bedroom. If she said he passed right by her, we're not talking about feet. We're talking about inches.
Right. Yeah.
Because he was coming down the stairs and she was standing in her doorway, she said. According to the affidavit, she was standing in the doorway. He passed right by her. See where her doorway is? See where the door is? Now he may have already come out and went to turn when she came out.
Okay.
If not, he was within arm's reach of her.
But if she saw his bushy eyebrows, he wasn't turned around, or she wouldn't have been able to tell that he had a mask over his mouth.
She said he turned and looked at her.
Oh.
She said he did turn and look at her, but she also says he passed right by her.
Oh, wow. Now I can see by her room being right there. I see how he passed by now.
Yeah.
But they had the way the media, they had it going. They made it seem like they was down on the basement floor.
That's what I thought too. But there's no bedrooms on the bottom floor.
It's two down there.
This is a 4-bedroom house, and 2 bedrooms on the second floor, 2 bedrooms on the third floor.
Well, they said it turned into a 6-bedroom because they added the 2 downstairs.
They may have in the basement.
Yeah. Yeah.
But that's the Dylan's definitely on the second floor because they
Yeah.
never mention
Okay.
the third floor. And I believe he left the same way he came in. I think he came in through that sliding door right there.
See, this is why I didn't understand last night, because I was listening to what they were saying, that it was 6 bedrooms. They kept saying that the 2, and then I listened to the interviews that they did with the previous tenants, and he was also saying it's 2 rooms down on the basement, and if that's where the girls were, then they probably couldn't hear anything. Then you had one that said you can hear everything. So, and when I saw a news briefing today, they had an outline of the house. So then that's where I saw, okay, Dylan was not on the basement floor. She was actually on the second floor. Yeah.
Yeah, because it actually marks Dylan's room.
Right. Yeah.
As Dylan's room. Like each one of those actually, if something happened in a room that I sent you, it actually says it on the room.
Right.
Like the bedroom upstairs on the opposite side of Dylan. That's where the boyfriend and girlfriend were.
Okay.
So down that hallway.
Down this hallway.
On the other one. Down that hallway is the other bedroom.
That's across from Dylan. Yeah, I see now.
That's where he killed the boyfriend and girlfriend.
Wow.
And then the 2 bedrooms upstairs are the other 2 girls. Woo. So he killed the 2 on the second floor first. Then he went upstairs
and killed
the 2 girls. And then on his way down, he passes by Dylan.
He moved around that house quick in the time span they said he was in there.
It's almost like he knew that he was familiar with the house.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. He had to have been familiar, because that house looked like you can get lost.
Well, again, if he's really smart, he's going to do exactly like we did. All this stuff was online before.
Yeah,
like
that's true.
the stuff that we're just seeing it now. But I did a Google Dork search.
Yeah.
Of the address, and there's a whole bunch of stuff on that house.
Yeah.
And the Google Dork takes you all the way back to stuff that's buried at the bottom. Google Dork will allow you to see all the stuff that doesn't automatically come up. And there's renters stuff. Like I found renters stuff for this house where they were trying to rent it, and I see the stuff before they renovated and like after they renovated.
Wow.
Because this is the actual renter video that you're looking at. So whoever whoever went and got it just took this video and started writing things on it. But this is the actual renter video.
Wow.
That makes sense.
Woo, Chad. I just
That's a lot. That's a lot.
That is a lot. Y'all keep talking. Hold on right quick.
I'm sorry. See what happens when you guys put me hot on something? Get me sniffing around something. I find a billion things.
I see. Relentless. I love
it. You lost your dead grandma? I could find her.
Uh-oh.
She buried somewhere you don't know where it's yet? I can find her.
Oh, Lord.
But it's strange because they say the FBI are looking into 2 other murders, which are both multiple homicides. One in Washington and one in Oregon. Now, his school that he goes to is less than 10 miles away from this school.
Yeah, that's what Felicia was saying. That's why I say, he probably was everywhere around them.
That's why they saw his car on his college. Because it's less than 10 miles between the 2.
Yeah.
Between the murder house and his college is less than 10 miles.
Mm-hmm.
So Margie said, I heard they moved in his house in June. So maybe that's why they was asking for phone records from all. They wanted a little further back, but they said they can only pull them up to June.
For his phone?
Yeah, his phone. They pulled his phone records. They was requesting his phone records from AT&T, but they said the farther they could go back was June. The furthest they can go back was June.
6 months is usually the data span.
Yeah.
Like that's usually how long it stays in their system is 6 months. That's why when people go, "Hey, I need to see my cheating boyfriend's text from 7 months ago," they, well, I'm sorry, if it was less than 6, we could help you out, but we don't keep that information past 6 months.
Right. Now let me ask you something, D True. Since you blew up the video, and I'm gonna put that up too. Do you think that was possibly Dylan running with her friends?
It was only 4.
It was only
and
4.
It was the 4 that was at the food truck.
You think so?
So her boyfriend, the girlfriend and boyfriend, and the 2 girls. Because if you look at the 2 girls that got killed.
Oh, okay.
There was 4 of them that were together. At the food truck, you see what? You see 3 of them, right? You see the 3 girls are together at the food truck.
No, it was only Maddie. It was only Maddie and Kaylee that walked with the suspicious dude with the hood on his head.
At the
they
food
came
truck.
from from around. They walked from the bar to the food truck. See, I seen a video that only had them coming around the corner before they got to the food truck. It was another camera that caught them walking to the food truck. So it was Maddie, Haley, and the guy with the hood on his head.
Now, if you look at the light, it's 4 people. Only one of them is tall, and the other 3 are well below him. Because there's a person in front that walks by themselves, and then number 2 and 3 are almost like right behind each other. I almost couldn't separate to put the 2 and the 3 because they're very close together. They almost are like one behind each other. And number 4 is straggling, where they're coming, but it's not like right behind each other.
Right here. Yeah, I see where he count them. Okay, so I'm gonna play it.
Move your disclaimer.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Okay, hold on. Let me move my disclaimer right quick, y'all. Okay, hold on. Ooh, Chad, this is too much.
It's a lot.
I think I sent you the one that's slowed down to 25%.
I only got this one. I didn't get no
I
other
don't know if
one.
I sent you because you could actually slow the speed down.
Okay, I need to go up in here. Let me see how I can slow.
Yeah,
Okay.
see the speed right there?
Yeah, I see.
Go to 25%.
Okay. I'm slowed it down for y'all. Okay, here you go. There go the first person.
1, 2, 3, 4. Now see the difference between 3 and 4?
Yeah.
3 is a lot taller than 4 and a lot taller than 2. 1 you can't really tell because there's nothing to kind of base them on.
Right.
So I believe that was 3 girls and a guy.
Okay.
But where the third girl come from though? Who you think is the third girl? So you think it was Maddie and Kaylee?
So are they saying that the other 2 girls weren't with them?
Well, no, the other 2 girls wasn't with them. Dylan was at home. She made it home at 1. Okay. They said that Kaylee and Maddie actually got a ride from the food truck, and they were dropped off about 1:56 a.m. So, and then I heard the other roommate. Now they said Bethany. They keep bringing up a name, Bethany. Bethany says she was there, but someone else said that Bethany went out with other friends and she didn't know if she was coming home. She didn't know if she will be back at that house that night. So that's why I'm kind of lost on the roommate story, because
that was definitely 4 people. That was definitely 4 people.
Mm-hmm. It was 4 people. I counted 4 the first time when I seen them. So I was like, this is 4 people. But see, this is from the body cam footage when the police had the other guys, writing them tickets and everything.
Yeah.
So, and even the other officer, he turned around because he even heard them.
Yeah, I guarantee they were laughing and giggling. Because they looked like they were kind of running, not running.
Yeah. Yeah.
But like the 2 in the middle were kind of like running and like almost on each other.
Right.
So the cops probably heard them coming in.
But my thing was, I thought maybe, okay, it was Dylan and her friends, since she called friends over after she heard and saw the suspicious guy.
Now, I actually have a photo of what it looks like in the daytime. Now, there's a building, like you actually have to look up to see the house from where they were standing.
Mm-hmm.
So the police had them in that field right there, and they were facing the light, but it's actually uphill because that house is set on like a hill. In the back of the house, you could see it goes down towards that grassy area where they had the kids pulled over.
Okay, so it wasn't in front of the driveway, because they made it seem like the field that they caught the kids in, because see, they walked them back to their car. They had them they told them to come to the car with us, and that's where we saw the shadows, because they were standing by the car.
Back to their white unmarked car.
Okay.
So because those kids were walking.
Yeah, they were.
So they were walking, and they were walking across this field right here. So the picture I have actually shows where their white unmarked car was and parked, and then it shows the light and which way it's facing. And it's weird because there's a building in front.
It's apartments. That house right next door to some apartments.
Yeah, but it's in front of their apartments. That's the thing, though. There's also a building in front of them, but because it's on a hill, you actually have a direct shot to their back door.
Okay.
That's the light that you see. There's an actual, if you look at the back of the house where the car's parked, there's a light to the left of the door, and up there's a spotlight.
Exactly. Yeah.
And that's what they passed by. The spotlight is a little above the door. I'm looking at it now. It's a little above the door, and it points kind of downward down the driveway.
Okay. Yeah. Because that's why people were saying the police were only a few feet away. Yeah.
According to this picture, they were more than a few feet away.
Well, people were saying that they was a few feet away from, the house where they had the boys apprehended at. So I was like, okay, because I can't really tell because it's dark. So I didn't know what position the house was in, but they they said the police was in the park by the driveway that led up the street that led up to the house. So by you saying it was the back, then I guess that's what they were talking about.
Because here's King Road. Oh, wait. Okay, so here's King Road. I think this is the house over here, but they're showing a light going up the hill. No, I don't think this it says 1122 King Road. They show the light going to it. It's not very close to them. It's actually the street over is where they had those kids.
You know what? I saw a guy just a few minutes ago. Let me see if I can find it, because he did a night walk up to the house and from the apartments. But I think he actually walked through the apartments to get to
Yeah, he walks. There's apartments below and there's apartments beside.
Mm-hmm.
And there's like a pathway between the two apartments to get to the actual house.
Okay, let me play this video. I'm gonna see that way we can get a clear vision of what you're telling us. Cause see, like I said, it was night. I couldn't too much tell. Okay, what position is where the house was actually at? So let me see. And he also talks about Brian could have got rid of the murder weapon in a drainage hole, by the apartments.
Yeah, but they searched
everything. That's what I'm
they
saying.
searched every drain. They searched this park. They searched the woods that's beside each, but they searched all of that.
Yeah.
So if the knife was out there, he would have had to bury it or something. But again, even if you bury it and it's the next day, I could see a freshly dug hole.
Right.
At night.
So he is basically going through the apartments. He's leading us through the apartments to the house. So I want to see exactly what you were saying, the truth. Because it was night when the officers had the kids pulled off. So let's listen to this right quick.
Moscow, Idaho. This is Taylor. This is King. Home right over there. Now, I did a video about drainage and sewer systems, right? And I want to show you something here. I actually seen it right over here, but I'm going to take the camera and we will discuss. So I noticed that this building here, I don't know what this building is, but right over here, is a drainage, like a drainage thing down there. And I'm wondering if, since authorities couldn't find the murder weapon, I'm wondering if someone dumped the murder weapon down one of these drainage. And they're all over the streets at different points. But one here in particular, since it's close to the Sigma Chi, and people are speculating Sigma Chi might have done something. I'm not saying they did, but look at this building here. I don't know what this is. It looks like some sort of utility shack. And then here is this. Here's the Sigma Chi. Now, they actually cleaned off the sidewalks here. I'm out here at night. The band field here is where that 3:01 a.m. incident happened with police, right? 3:01 a.m. The police body cam captured some individuals here, an alcohol-related incident. It's right across. I'll show you. The apartment complex is right there.
Oh, okay. So I see what you're talking about.
So okay, you see that short building right there?
Right.
You're gonna look over the top of that short building, and that's gonna be the back of King Road, the house on King Road.
Okay, so that's where the police had the student.
Right here on the left hand, on the white unmarked car was actually parked across the street on the other side of the street, facing the other way. They had them over here on the left.
Okay.
In that field.
Okay, I see now. Cause see, now I'm looking at it at a different angle. All we had was the police body camera, and that didn't show too many angles. So now I'm seeing it from a different angle.
Yeah, you couldn't see because he was shining the light right at the camera.
Yes,
so anything surrounding that white light, the light we're looking at, the small circle light, is blacked out because the light is shining at the camera.
Okay. Wow. Okay, well let's see his little journey to the house, because he gonna walk us through and lead us right to the front door. So let's see what else he got.
But you see what it looks like out here at night. I mean, it's dark, but you can see. Like, here's the thing. Like, this is nighttime, but there's so many like lights and maybe just the clouds that I can see clearly. I mean, you see a street light right there in front of that. It's not like you can walk around in the dark and not see. I can see clearly out here, you know, and I've been outside different places all the time, and you know, it's pitch black. Sometimes it's pitch black. See these here, and then the whole fraternity house, that big giant Idaho water tower is there. Let's see that. Now I just want to take you down to the end of this road here. Let's see how far we can go. But this is the band field. This is where this so-called incident happened that police say is not related to the stabbings yet. Over here, you can go right. Let me just take you. I'm just saying, if you wanted to walk from Sigma Chi over here, you just walk. It's like, we'll time it. I mean, it's not even that far. And you could cut right through here. You could cut right through this apartment complex here. Lights are on here. It's not pitch black like people think it is. I mean, there's sidewalks. The sidewalks, not sidewalks, but they have trails. So you can, there's the band field. This is the apartment complex. This is the house. This is the house, and I'm showing.
Yeah, right there. That's the house. That's the house right there, and the light that they walked through is that one on the right.
Mm-hmm. I see everything. See, that's why I'm glad he took us on this walk, because now I can see the different, you know, what I couldn't see. So, okay. He walking right to the house from the apartments.
Yeah, and they were the cops and those boys, where he was standing, where he was trying to show you where the water tower was.
Right.
That's where they were standing, because their cop car was parked right there.
Yes,
that's why there's an angle. And if you notice the light the light that they walked through is actually up. I blew it up.
Yeah.
But if you're looking at the regular video, that light is like way up, almost halfway up the screen.
Yeah. Yeah. You could tell it looked like a street light, a very tall street light to me.
Yeah, but that's the back of the house. And if you notice, there's steps right there. So you're walking up.
Mm-hmm.
And the back of the house is up. And then the second floor is actually up again to a backyard.
Yeah. Yeah. Them houses pretty close over there. They were pretty close. Yeah. But I'm seeing now, because I was lost at first. I was like, but seeing those shadows, I'm like, what end and what point by the house they was coming from? Because we know the police were on the street.
Yeah, but that's the light right there beside the door that they were passing by, because it couldn't have been the one on the left, because that tree would have blocked the view of the police officer.
Yeah.
So it was the one on the right. So they parked to the left and walked past it.
Wow.
Because the door is, you see that black rock right there?
Mm-hmm.
It's actually blocking the door, which is right to the right of that light. I think he goes all the way up.
Yeah, he gonna go all the way up. Let me play this. Let me play it right quick.
Showing you at night. And there is authorities out there. Well, there's one patrol, but you can
Yeah, that's a car.
clearly
right there.
see that it's just a.
Oh, the light is so okay. So it must have. I don't think it was the light beside the door.
Mhm.
I think they passed by that other light. So maybe the cop was further down to the left
Mhm.
because they were that's where they went in the house at.
Mhm. They had, that he showed the shortcut through the house, through the apartment. But King Road goes that road goes left or right. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
So I was thinking maybe they was walking down King Road is how they, because if you got to remember the second police officer, he turned around and looked, back. And
He
he had
heard
to have
something.
heard, yeah, he heard them
Yeah,
too.
he heard something. So they may
Mhm.
have not. They may have walked because the way that light is and the way they're walking, they would have had to come from the left going to the right.
Exactly. Yep. Because they were on the main road, because that road leads up to you can make a left and come up to their house too. He just walked through the apartments.
Yeah, he took a cut
Yeah.
through the apartments.
Yeah, he took a cut. And now it's all coming together because you got the fraternity house right there by their house. So it's
Now there was a police incident
Mhm.
at the house a couple weeks earlier
Mhm.
because someone was having a party. They got a loud noise complaint, and when the cops went there, none of the girls were there.
Now they showed they showed another video where Xana answered the door, and the police told her that they had got a noise complaint, and if they have to come back, being that she answered and said that she lived there, they were going to issue her a citation if she cannot tell her friends. Because I watched that video and she was like, well, I'm just gonna tell them to get, she slipped and cussed, she said the fuck out, but she said, I'm sorry, I'm just she was, I think she was more startled. I think they may have been drinking the first time. I believe that was Bethany that answered the door, and she said, let me go get them, and she closed the door, and then that's when the boys came outside and started talking to police. See, they were there twice. Yeah,
there's another thing, a police log where the police called the house.
Oh,
So
wow.
something was going on at the house before any of this happened.
Wow.
It's because it's on log that the police actually called, I think, Dylan's phone.
Now, when was this?
Earlier in the evening, way earlier in the evening.
Called Dylan's phone is way early in the evening of 11/13.
Yes, they say they talked to I don't know if it could have been one of the, but they said they did talk to one of the girls from the house on the phone, because I guess so many complaints in that house, they have the phone numbers to the people that live there, and you could actually get the phone numbers to the house. The police can get any phone number they want.
Yeah.
So according to them, according to the log, a police officer called the house and talked to one of the girls and said, "You guys got to keep it down."
So they got numerous of noise complaints.
Oh, numerous noise complaints.
Yeah, they had a lot of noise.
Yeah. Jen just said the video where Xana talks to the cop, one video where Kayla talks to the cop at the back sliding door, and another one with Bethany. But a cop called that house earlier in the day.
Wow. The same day they were killed.
Wow, that's Did
Well,
you
it had to
already
been
got
the
that
day,
boy
it had
been
to been the
spooky
day
out?
before because they were killed 11:13 at 4 in the morning, so it had to been 11:12.
It was earlier in the evening. It was earlier
Yeah,
in the evening.
11:12. Yeah,
Yeah.
so they actually were killed a couple of hours later, some hours later. That's sad. But Dylan couldn't call the same number back they called her earlier that day.
Okay, they said it was an iPhone that called the police. They're not saying who called the police, but they're saying an iPhone called the police. I was trying to get the phone number, but I couldn't get the phone number to who
Wow.
called because somebody had it, but then it got deleted. Like I said, I was trying to pull stuff that was deleted, but I only got a few things. Like I think I sent it to you. I sent you the survey questions or
Yeah.
the convict the thing that Brian had put together 8 months earlier where he was
Yeah.
asking convicts to answer questions about
8
how they
months?
felt. It was 8 months
I
early.
think I put that up like
Yeah,
2
you
3
did. You
2
put
days.
it up.
Yeah, he put it on Reddit or something like that, and he
Well,
put it on.
it was on Reddit, but this is an actual thing for the college where he
Yeah.
was asking convicts to tell him to describe to him how they felt during their crimes, and then did they take anything? I think I sent you the questions because he had a bunch of questions that he
Yeah.
wanted them after committing the crime. What were you thinking and feeling? What was the first move you made in order to accomplish your goal? Please detail any thoughts. How did you leave the scene? Before making your move, how did you approach the victim or target? Please detail what you were thinking and feeling. Before leaving, is there anything else you did? What did you choose? Why did you choose that victim or target over others? How did you accomplish your goal? Please explain what you were thinking and feeling. After arriving, what steps did you take prior to locating the victim or target, i.e., person or object? Please detail your thoughts and feelings. So those are some of the questions that he left on his survey that he had for, and it said, oh, here it is right here. It says a research petition participants needed. Hello, my name is Brian, and I'm inviting you to participate in a research process that seeks to understand how emotions and psychological traits influence decision making when committing a crime. In particular, this study seeks to understand the story behind your most recent criminal offense with an emphasis on your thoughts and feelings throughout your experience. In the event that your most recent offense was not one that led to a conviction, you may still participate. Additional surveys are included after the open-ended session to the best understand your unique traits. The study will take about 15 to 20 minutes to fully complete. Your identity and all answers provided are completely confidential. And the link to the survey is also in an anonymous link. The research has been approved by the DeSales University. Participants must be 18 years of age. If you opt to participate, you may terminate participation at any time for any reason. So he actually put this as a want ad.
Yeah, he really did. My thing is, he can get all the answers he need now because he in there with the murderers and everything. He can
And
do
he
his
signed
survey
this
now.
student investigator, Brian, and it's his whole name.
Yeah, he got his whole name up there. Yeah, I saw that, and that let me know, like, he was really to me, like my coworker said, he was trying to teach class. It's sad the way he did it, but she feel like that's what he was doing because, they said that he out-talked the professor. He would always interrupt her. So I just don't get it. It's like he was getting tips. He was really asking for tips, like you said, putting in an ad.
Well, I think that's what he was doing. I think the questions he was asking, he was trying to see how they felt while they committed the crimes, so that he could say to himself, "I felt like that too."
Right.
Yeah, you're
I
right.
was reading, I was reading something, and they said that the way he spoke was to let you know that he knew already.
Exactly. We seen the post that he put up, Papa Rogers, and then the one on Reddit was inside looking. But they said that wasn't him because the account was disabled. But like I said, the authorities could have disabled that account. Just because it said removed by user, that doesn't necessarily mean he removed it himself, whoever they saying it, because they're thinking it's not him. But that person basically was saying the same thing. The same, he was wording it was differently, but he was saying some of the same stuff we witnessed from Facebook posts.
That's the one he was saying. I don't know. They took the other one down. I don't know if they'll let this one stay, but if they don't, I won't do another one.
Well, that's what we heard about the TikTok video. Because there was another TikTok video that was put up from the same disguised person that we heard talking. But they said TikTok removed it, so he uploaded it again. And he said if they remove it again, he won't bother to put up another one.
The one I saw though, like I don't know, but like if they remove the TikTok, the picture or whatever, the thing they have up there, I can't think of it, but I don't know if they removed it or whatever, but it didn't look like the TikTok, so I don't know if he did it on a few sites or what. The TikTok emblem is what I'm trying to say. I didn't see that on there.
What? Yeah.
So I don't know if he went on a few sites doing this, trying to play this game, or I don't know.
Well, speaking of TikTok, did you know that someone accused a college professor of killing those kids?
Yes.
Yeah.
She's supposed to be like
suing, right?
She's suing the TikToker who actually put her name and address.
What? I know she did all that.
Yeah, she put her name and address, said she was a professor at the school and everything. And she said it turned her life upside down. People were like, "You murdered them," She was like, "What are you talking about? I have no clue what you with no evidence."
No evidence at all.
She said that the professor was having an affair with one of the girls in the house.
What? Now, see, I heard, but I didn't go check it out. I was just seeing how
I don't leave anything unturned. I look at it.
Right? But see, when she said the professor was a professor at the university that the girls went to, I was like, what? I was like,
it's a TikTok internet sleuth who uses tarot cards to solve crimes.
Yeah.
Accusing of taking part in the murders and having an affair with one of the victims. Female professor says she never met any of them.
Wow.
So she claimed the female professor killed those 4 people.
Yeah, she did. She did. I heard about that. Yeah.
And that the female professor was having an affair with one of the girls.
This is sad. Like,
unbelievable.
Well, she messed up. She shouldn't have been putting it. But I didn't hear you. This is some new stuff to me by her putting the professor address.
Oh yeah, she said she leaked the professor's name, where she was professor at.
I heard she put all the information up there.
So is that the one? That's the one being sued, right?
Yeah, she's suing. Her name is Rebecca Schofield. That's who she's suing. That's the TikToker. And the professor's name is Gillard. Professor
Yeah.
Gillard.
Yeah.
And this is based on a psychic. What does psychic say?
Yeah,
No, she a
tarot card.
Tarot card.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
All right, I'll be right back, guys. Give me like 2 minutes.
Okay. Yeah, we heard about that, and I think I had pulled it up the other night because I was trying to see if it was old Catherine Hayes. Remember when I pulled it up and told y'all, now this is a professor out of
Yeah, we remember.
yeah, because
Tariq.
I heard about that girl. I heard about what she was accusing that woman of murder, but I didn't know she doxed her. You like for real?
Yeah.
You deserved, and you defamed her name, so you deserve to go to court.
How you just put something like that? You know, people just do stuff for attention at this point, I think.
They sure do.
Can you imagine what that woman went through just for that?
Right. Well, we heard the truth. I didn't even know that people was messing with her. Well, you would. Well, I mean, if she put her out there like that, then yeah.
Oh yeah, and people don't care about the truth. They don't care if some of the truth or not.
Well, it's based on a tarot card. You know, come on, like
Child, come
yeah.
Exactly.
Okay, spiritual.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, you know, they should ask. She should ask spiritual.
She
She
should
probably would
ask
have had a better
spiritual.
chance.
Yeah, she should have had spiritual. Spiritual would have went to Catherine Hayes.
Getting to the bottom of it.
Oh God. Oh Lord.
For real, y'all.
She'd have had a better chance, baby.
I'm telling you. She
I
could
know
have called
spiritual
me.
be
I would
reading
have
the
told her
spirit.
that. Go to spiritual. Fuck these other people. You
Baby,
going
because
to here.
spiritual be reading them spirits.
Yes. Yep.
Let's see what else this dude show us right quick.
This video, this house, this right here is amazing right here. This is it give you a better, you know what I'm saying, visual of what went down. Yeah.
He did a walk at 3 a.m. So that's what his video is titled. And let me make sure I shout him out. His name is Jonathan Lee Riches Investigates. That's the name of his channel. So y'all go over there and check him out because he got a lot of like videos where he did tours. I don't know if he stay in the area or what, but he did a tour at 3 a.m. So
he follows or he does because I think he was on that laundry case too. Brian Laundry. He gets into all of this.
Yeah. So he you know,
JLR they call him.
I saw his video and I was like, well, he can give me a different perspective from what I saw on the police body cam. So yeah, we're gonna let this play right quick and then we'll talk some more. Hold on.
A short distance walk from that location. House just so looks quiet. It looks peaceful. The house looks peaceful. I don't understand how someone could say this house is a target, and that's what I'm baffled on, because you know there's plenty of houses around here. Why target a specific house that turns in? Doesn't make sense to me. Doesn't make sense. This is what it would be looking like at night. Let me take you up here. There is some media outlet people here in the middle of the night. I mean, we're only a few hours from light, but I wanted to give you this perspective. And there's actually media out here. With their lights on in their cars. This is the house. I mean, the house is so close to this road in this back parking lot that is you see media out here. And you see it's got Washington plates. There's people out here. Yeah, they're broadcasting. They're broadcasting. So yeah, there's this hill up here. This is where the possibly somebody stuck out. Good morning. How you guys doing? All right, stay warm. All right, so yeah, they're media. I mean, look, like, I can't say you could see inside the windows, but it's not dark out here. It is not dark out here like that. Now, I don't know. I don't know if the snow here and the cloud cover makes it more lighter than it is. I don't know. Let me just, and now look at this. This is a apartment here that's right next door. All right, let me just go this way. Let me just go this way. Just show you here. Now, people speculate, oh, somebody next door in the apartment complex could have done this. This is this big one on Queen. Let me just show you over here real quick. These homes here do not light up like that. So, and then it looks like people get in these apartments by the doors right here. You don't have a separate entry, separate hallway. Let me take you all the way around. So they said the forecast today in the 20s. You know, it's cold, but it doesn't feel that bad. No wind. It's just calm. This looks like the main office. All right, so this back parking lot here does have a light. Does have a light. It also connects to these back apartments over here. I'm also looking for a white Hyundai Elantra, but I wouldn't assume that the Elantra is still here. And then the sidewalks. Let me just cut through the in between the apartments here because I haven't seen any. Now they got a laundry room, laundry access. Oh, look. Look. So they put this here. Somebody put this here. A flyer on the door of this apartment complex. This looks like this is the main area where you get their mail and you do your laundry. Look, another one. Another one. Apartment 1. Oh, look, people actually put them on multiple doors. Look at the one over there. Look at this. They put these out on multiple doors. Look, there's one there, 32. There's one up there. There's one up there. So somebody went door to door handing out flyers, which is a good thing because they want to know if any resident here seen anything. Also, maybe these homes that have it on them, the residents are away for the holiday. See this? Yeah, quite possible. I'm gonna go down the sidewalk because if you go down the sidewalk here and go down the steps, there's the home. There is the home. I mean, is it possible that whoever did this?
Now, my thing is, I want to know, was it the house that's sitting right there whose surveillance caught the screams? And I know if they do have surveillance, then that's how they caught the cars, because the way they had screenshots of the Elantra circling around even before the murders. I seen a screenshot where they caught him up on the hill, the car up on the hill, and I thought that was a back street that led somewhere. But as he was walking, I see that it looked like a big circle where people can park.
They showed a camera, and then they showed the angle it was going down, and I think it was that Lemon Drive.
Mm-hmm.
And the camera pointed straight down. So I'm believing that maybe those cameras are at the apartment complex.
Yeah, they could
at
be.
one of the two, because there's two part. There's one on the right and one on the left, and the house is behind the complex he went to, because remember he walked up that hill and he said that there's media there. Now this video was made before they caught Brian, because he just said
he was looking for the white Elantra, and he was wondering about the weapon, and then he said, I'm looking for the white Elantra. So I know it was made. It was made before they caught him. But my thing is, I was, because so if the surveillance was in the apartments, that means that scream was really loud for it to be captured on audio.
No, the only thing separating the only thing separating the house and those apartments is the trees and that little road. It's called Queen Road.
Mm-hmm.
So that Queen Road runs up, and it's on the right-hand side of the house.
Right.
Because I'm looking at a satellite picture of the house right now. So there's the house, and then there's some trees, and then Queen Road, and then the apartment complex is right there. And it doesn't look, because there's a bunch of trees behind the house.
Right.
The closest building to them is that apartment on Queen Road.
Yeah.
And I believe there's a camera looking at that back parking lot of that apartment complex. And that would have to be, because that's the corner is the closest to that building. And the corner of that apartment building is actually across from the back bedroom, almost even with the third floor.
Okay. See, I didn't know it was apartments on the side until he did this walkthrough.
Yeah,
there's I thought it was
white
on
building. The white rooftops is an apartment building, and then there's another apartment building to the left, but that's further down.
Okay, so I'm thinking it was just houses right up in that area right there. I thought it was just those one set of apartments that set across from the house. I didn't know, it was some more apartments. I thought they were all houses, because I really haven't just looked at the area, because I've been so mad at Brian is, but I really hadn't looked at the area like that. But I know they said, and by, like I said, the police footage, I seen the apartments, so that they were parked in front of. Yeah, man. But still, any noise that can be heard outside is loud. You know what I'm saying?
They still haven't determined if it was a scream.
Yeah.
So it could have been, because remember those cameras, they're on. I don't know if those cameras are motion activated or noise, because usually if they're motion, they're noise also.
Right.
Where a noise will trip them to go off too.
Well, you got to remember that, even on the body cam footage, if y'all look, I read the chat, I read the comments, and people was putting the timestamps in when they heard the scream, and it was right around, the time span that they gave, saying that could have been when the murder was taking place. But then You had people that said it could have been a tire screeching, you know.
Yeah, it could have been anything, but that could also be the reason he was in a hurry to get out of there.
Yes, he knew the police was outside.
Well, he knew the police were there earlier, but also there was other people in the house.
Yeah. Oh yeah, because Dylan saw him. Yeah.
They know that house, so the response will be quick. It's not like they're looking for that house. They've been to this house many times, so the police know exactly where the house is. So if Dylan had called and said, "I just heard a scream, I'm not going out there," the cops know exactly where that house is, and the night cops are the ones that know where that house is.
Yep, because they've been called to that house plenty of times. And it's sad that the one time that they should have showed up, they could have, you know, probably, I'm gonna say saved them. I'm gonna say that, but I just can't get over Dylan. Why Dylan just didn't call the police if she felt something was weird going on. No.
I sent you the movie.
Let me see.
Did I send you the movie that his sister was in?
No, but I saw yesterday.
I'm gonna send, because I actually got the movie marquee, and then the synopsis of the movie I just put right onto the movie thing. It was a slasher movie.
Yeah. Oh yeah, because I heard that she was in a low budget horror movie. I heard the sister was
2011. 2011.
Wow.
She made that movie. And the producer of the director was like, I didn't even know those two were related until you people started calling me.
Wow. So they don't start harassing the producer of the movie?
Yes, he started getting phone calls from the media talking about Dylan's or Brian's sister was in the movie. Did you know that Brian's sister was in your movie? And he's the one that there. He's like, yeah, I know they had the same last name, but I wasn't connecting until you said so.
That was in 2011, so he probably, wasn't even thinking about that.
That's where he started from.
Might
have been a seed.
The person, I don't know if you heard the podcast, the T-Rev 757, where he called, where allegedly they were saying that that could have been possibly him calling into that podcast. He said, whoever that was talking, that person said, I watch horror movies. I like horror movies. He spoke of fraternity guys and how many he was connected with. And they asked him, if you kill somebody, how would you get away with it? He said it's like he have to prove himself to a bunch of fraternity dudes or something. He was saying to that nature. And I was like, wait a minute, and then to find out his sister was in a horror movie. But, I know, but like I said, I don't know if that was really him calling in or not, because the guy was speaking on some stuff in the past, but he did mention he liked horror movies, and he said he was from Utah. But of course, we know Brian lies. So, yeah, that kind of shook me right there.
So I didn't find any connection to the fraternity house that's right there in front of their house.
So is that not the fraternity house that they were questioning? They questioned a lot of people, and they said Ethan was part of the fraternity.
Yes, that's the house that they questioned, because that's where the guys would come from to party. They would party in their house.
Right.
And they also said they partied when they weren't even home in there.
Right. And I can believe that. But they said Ethan, that's where Ethan and Xana was. Ethan got into a heated argument with someone, and Xana made him, she stopped him and they left. So that's why they went home. It's because Ethan had got into it with someone there. So, and then that's when I come to find out that Jack and Adam, Jack is Kaylee's ex-boyfriend. Now that we know that both of them own the dog, Adam was the guy that worked at the bar, and Jack and Adam was both connected to Brian.
That's why they first accused Jack.
Right.
Because the dog wasn't really barking like he would if the dog was scared.
Mm-hmm.
They assumed that it was someone that the dog would know.
Well, I kind of argue that because now as we read the affidavit, they said the neighbors heard a dog barking. Now, I'm going to say this. In case it wasn't Xana's, not Xana, but Kaylee's dog barking. It could have been a dog outside, but I know you heard of what happened to one of the neighbors' dog before this murder even took place. Was that the dog was skinned or something like that?
Yeah, they haven't confirmed that. They said that, but they haven't confirmed that it happened, because they also said a cat was skinned also and stuff.
Yeah.
I don't see him hanging around skinning dogs and cats prior to doing this.
Well, you don't think so? So you believe it might have escalated? Do you think this was his first kill, or maybe he done it before?
You can't really say if he has or has not. Seeing him afterwards tells me that he's quite comfortable.
Oh yeah.
His mannerisms when he got caught.
Yeah.
Like, if you just killed 4 people and the police pull you over, you should be a complete wreck. He was not.
Yeah. Well, I said he probably was comfortable because he had his dad in the car. That's why his dad was doing all the talking. He spoke a little bit, but his dad did most of the conversating with the officer. You know what I'm saying? So I feel like he was comfortable because he had, okay, I got my dad in the car. He gonna handle it for me. But what he failed to do was cover up his wounds because they were visible.
Yeah, they saw it. But here's the other thing. They were looking for a white sedan, and they knew the make of the car.
Right.
If he was traveling alone, he would stand out even more.
Yep.
By having another person in the car with you, you just look like 2 people driving along.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
that's why he was comfortable.
Yeah, but if he was by himself, the police would spot him immediately.
Exactly.
So he put his father. He probably told his father, "Look, I don't want. This is a long drive. I don't want to drive it by myself. Will you come with me?"
Right.
Okay.
Because it just don't make no sense why your daddy caught a flight to come ride with you back 2,500 miles. Then I had to think about it. Oh, he don't want a paper trail because they can, easily see, okay, he caught a flight to Pennsylvania. Mm-hmm. You see what I'm saying? So yeah, it makes sense why he took the drive and why he didn't get a bus ticket, a plane ticket, a train ticket. You know what I'm saying? Because they said he was already being careful about his prints. That's why he wore the gloves.
Yes.
Yeah.
And they would have had to check his credit card.
Because
that's how you track someone going across country. You check his credit card. Every time he stops to get gas, you pinpoint him.
Mm-hmm. That's true. But if you got the daddy in the car,
daddy pays.
And daddy might be smart enough to get cash. And Brian might have been smart enough to use cash. You know what I'm saying? So, They tried to leave. He tried to leave less, but he really lost. He really left a lot, and he didn't know that. He thought he was outsmarting authorities, and he really wasn't. They was on his trail, and like I said, I'm still trying to wrap my head around Dylan and you know why she didn't call authorities at the time, you know, or even try to text her friends and ask them if they okay. Because if you would have got if you would have text, I know if I don't get a text back in a certain amount of time and I know we in the same house, I'm finna okay, something ain't right. And I just heard all of this, I'm finna call the police.
Well, we don't know what kind of house that was. We don't know if the other people always had guys coming in and out. We don't know if it's a usual thing to see, you know, people that have stayed over get up and leave early in the morning.
I get that, the truth. I get that it was a party house. I get that. But if you seen a person that you never seen and he made you freeze up and you got scared and then you done heard your friends say somebody's in the house and you hear a thump and you hear some crying, you gonna go check. Like me, I'm gonna go check. Everything all right up here? That's why I can't fathom that what they're trying to say, you know, about Dylan. I just can't. I know it was a party house. I get that. They had parties all the time. But and that's another red flag right there because y'all have so many parties, you don't know who will come in there and harm you. And then if y'all got new faces in there, but then like I said, like you said, the truth, he had a gash on his wrist. He was trying to hurry up and leave up out of there. So that means blood was present. We don't know if the light was on or off. But she had to see something that made her freeze up to scare her enough to where this shit ain't right.
Well, see, they keep asking, where are the clothes?
Oh,
there's no way he killed those people in the clothes that he was wearing when he left.
Exactly.
But again, black clothing, and it's dark, you may not even notice that there's blood on it. It's black clothing, it's dark. But they also said that he was cleaning his car and the FBI had the drones up and they were watching him clean his car. And he took a whole bag of stuff out and he didn't put it in his trash can. He put it in his neighbor's trash can.
And that was the clothing. That's
Well, no, they didn't really say what they found.
No, they didn't. Yeah, they didn't.
But he had whatever trash he removed from his car, he didn't put it in his trash can. He put it in the neighbor's trash can. So the FBI went over there and took the whole trash can.
I believe his clothing was in there and they just not saying nothing. I mean, we know they haven't told us really too much of anything since now we're just now finding out that they have been watching him. I believe that's probably was part of the evidence and they're not going to say anything still until they present it.
Well, yeah, the affidavit that they released was just enough for the judge to sign off on the warrant for his arrest.
Yeah,
like for him to be stopped.
Like you said, they're not gonna tell him what they know. They want to see what he mentioned.
Again, people, these guys that think they're smart enough, they mess up all the time, and they mention things that were never mentioned before. But they think, oh, well, I think somebody said that, and they just say it, and that's what hangs them.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
Because like I said, the affidavit was enough to get the warrant, and the affidavit was basically only the interviews with the people in the house and people that knew them. Those are the only interviews that they did.
Yeah.
And that was enough for them to get the warrant for him.
So let me ask you this. Why do you think, I think it was, I forgot who parents it was, but they had the aunt there. And when she made the statement, I know the police has interviewed and cleared, but some of the people that they interviewed, they shouldn't have cleared. And I have a couple of people in court, you know, that in my mind that I question still. She, you know, so it's like the aunt knew. Maybe one of the girls may have told them who they had troubles with, but she felt like everybody that they questioned, they shouldn't have cleared. And I'm thinking maybe it was some of the fraternity boys because
Yeah, I think so. I think so too. I think
Yeah.
that you're trying to say that you know they may have known something and they're not telling something because again, he said he hung around fraternity guys.
Yeah, yeah. And if he had been in the area from August into you know until now, like that let me that what they trying to say that he was at that corner club bar where Maddie and Kaylee was that night.
Yes, because he followed them.
Yeah.
I believe he followed whoever came home from that food truck. He followed them because the police cam shows the white car going by from the stop of the boys.
And you know, we also seen a truck. So maybe that truck is who brought them home.
Yeah,
there was a like a black Ram truck that passed by the police. And then, you know, and then after that, they said you saw the car.
His car go by. And
Yeah.
that was about 2 minutes later, his car goes by. So he
Right.
was following Maddie from the food truck to the house.
Right. Now, I heard one guy say that he think the target was Xana and Maddie.
I believe so. I believe it was. I mean, they had the most violent wounds.
So okay, so I thought, okay, I was trying to figure out because I was going back. I was trying to figure out who had the most violent wounds. Okay, now that you say that, so because his thing was that he said that because they actually crossed paths with him at a bar, they talked noise to him or something, and he was a little upset. He wasn't expecting Ethan to be at that house. He was only targeting because y'all gotta remember Kaylee had moved out. Kaylee was only there because she had got a new vehicle and she was there to hang out with her friends. And she was from her parents, she was there to, show her friends a new car and hang out with her friends. So when I heard him say he believed Maddie and Xana was the target, I was like, but why? But then he broke it down because he said that they kind of got rough with him when they crossed paths with him. And I was like, okay. But I was like, Kaylee and Maddie is best friends. So you think he probably targeted Maddie because that was her best friend and maybe he wanted to hurt her? Hurt Maddie instead of Kaylee?
She could have just been there.
Yeah. Yeah.
Again, he only took out the people on the upper floor first.
Yeah.
Or he took out the one on the second floor first because Dylan saw him coming down from upstairs.
Right. Right.
And I believe Dylan heard the girl and the guy say, somebody's in here.
Yeah.
So he may have gotten in the house and they may have been walking around and then all of a sudden they hear somebody walking and they're like, somebody's in here.
And that makes sense because now that I'm reverting back to the Papa Rogers post when he put up the floor plan of mind you, when I showed that floor plan that Papa Rogers on Facebook posted, he put up the floor plan and he had pictures of the forensic people inside taking pictures or whatever. He had a floor plan, but he had he had Ethan by the stairs. He didn't show the bodies of Kaylee and Maddie where they were killed. He only had Ethan and Xana bodies in different positions on the floor plan. And he had Ethan by the stairs. But I was like, if they were killed in the bedroom, why do this person have Ethan's body laying by the stairs. So maybe Ethan was right there in the living room and heard him coming up. And see, paparazzis, y'all, they've already said that had to been Brian. How would you know where these bodies was laying? It was all crazy to me because the way the media reported it, they said that they were in their bedrooms asleep, and they said they were in the bed. Each was in each bedroom in the bed. So yeah,
well, that's just saying. But other people are saying that they were in the same bed, and it would actually be correct because she didn't live there anymore.
Yeah, Kaylee didn't live there anymore. So yeah, when it came to Kaylee and Maddie, this is what I'm saying. The floor plan that paparazzis placed on Facebook, he didn't have where Kaylee and Maddie was. He only had a line, a drawn out sketch of where where Ethan was laying and where Xana was laying.
Yeah,
on the second floor.
Now, according to the floor plan that I sent you, they were each in a different bedroom, but I've heard that they were actually in the same room together.
Okay, you talking about Ethan and Xana?
No, Ethan and Xana were in the bedroom down on the second floor,
right?
But the other two girls were upstairs, and the other girl was visiting.
Right.
So
yeah, Kaylee, she was visiting.
She didn't have a bedroom.
No.
So it would be right to assume that she was in the bed. If she was going to spend the night and sleep, she was just going to sleep in the bed with the other girl because she didn't have a bed. She no longer lived there.
Yeah, correct.
Yeah. And I've heard accounts where they said that they were both killed in the same room.
Right. And per the TikToker that don't show his face, he said that, Kaylee tried to run and she screamed and she was grabbed and thrown on the bed. And then something about, she was shoved on top of her friend or something.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So how did, that's another thing that got me, this TikToker person. Like, how do you know that Kaylee's body was thrown on top of Maddie? So yeah, but like I said, the floor plan that I saw, and I don't know if I still have it, but the guy placed Ethan's body by the stairs, and I thought that was kind of odd if they said that they were found in the same bedroom.
Well, they definitely said that Ethan and Xana were found in the bedroom together. But there's conflicting reports about the other two girls, Maddie and the other one.
Right.
Some people say they were in the same room, which makes sense because she no longer lives there. So unless the room is empty and she was just going to go in there and sleep.
There was that's true. They had another. Now I'm gonna put this up. You see this right here? Okay. Now I can't blow it up. Shoots. But right here is where he got Ethan's name in the living room. You see where it said Ethan? But they said Ethan was in the bedroom with Xana.
Yeah, because if he was there, she would have seen him.
Exactly. But yeah, they have Ethan in the living room and Xana body.
Because the door to her bedroom is right there. If Ethan was laying there on the floor, she would have seen him to the left. It wasn't that dark.
So I just, when I seen this, I thought, okay, maybe the person is trying to throw us off. You know what I'm saying? Trying to, just throw us off our game, because I know what the police said, but I thought that was kind of strange. It's crazy. It's crazy, but I'm just trying to still, like I said, maybe I'll think about it, but I'm just trying to really figure out why Dylan called friends and not the police. Can you tell me why you feel like she called friends and not the police? the truth.
I don't. Again, I don't think she put two and two together. The only explanation I could have is she was drunk and she was coming off a drunk, or she was coming off a high or whatever,
Right.
and he startled her.
Yeah.
But again, the house tells me that that's not a odd occurrence.
Okay.
To see people leaving it at late hours of the night.
Okay. Okay. I just think I'm just thinking it's strange, and but I just want to know, like, he knew he left that sheet. If he was trying to put that knife in his sheet and he wasn't able to do it, but like you said, he had been cut, you would think he would still try to grab that sheet. I don't know if he knew he left it. Maybe he thought it was on the knife. He had buckled it down and then realizing until he got in the car that he didn't have it.
I still think he probably was startled or trying to rush to get out, like the truth said. Maybe he didn't realize that, that he had left it behind and it was just too late.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I feel like he thought, okay, I buckled it down, it's on her, let me go because I'm bleeding. You know what I'm saying? But then when he got in the car,
well, the sheath itself is supposed to be on your belt,
right?
If it's on the floor, it wasn't on his belt, so he carried it in the house in the sheath.
Yep.
And again, he just walked out of the house with the knife in his hand. Dylan didn't see the knife, but again, it's most likely it's black.
Yeah.
So a K-bar is usually black with a 10-inch blade, about 4 inches thick. Some are serrated on the top, some are not. But again, it's usually a black blade, so she may not have noticed if he was carrying it in his hand against his thigh, kind of on this side where it's kind of hidden by his body. But he carried that thing out of there because it's nowhere in the house.
Nope. And it's a mystery of where it's at. Now, I know
he may have been in shock too.
I think he was. Because, like Missy Lou was saying, as long as it took them, he could have possibly killed again. But I think since this was so personal to him, I feel like he probably was in shock because he couldn't believe he did this, to the people he had been stalking, and he knew them,
That he finally got it done,
Yeah, he finally got it done, yeah.
Or he could have been getting, I don't know, my opinion, he could have had like such a rush, you know what I mean? Like with that ego or whatever, that he wasn't thinking clearly.
It could have been that either Kaylee or Madison was his target and he wasn't expecting the other one to be there.
Right.
Now, he probably knew that Ethan and Xana would be there.
Right.
But Kaylee moved out, right?
Yeah.
He probably wasn't expecting Kaylee to be there. He thought he was just going to take care of this.
Yeah.
Now, remember, the bedroom, because if you look at it, I believe the bedroom where the master bedroom upstairs is over Ethan and Xana's room.
Okay.
So he knew he had to take them out because they would hear what's going on upstairs.
Right.
If the bedroom is above them, you're going to hear feet shuffling. When he's killing them, you're going to hear feet shuffling, them trying to move. If there's a fight, you're going to hear the bed move. If they're standing up, you're going to hear the feet move. You're going to hear all kinds of commotion above you.
Yep.
So he would have had to take out Ethan and Xana, because they would have been the ones that knew what was going on. That's what I'm saying. Whoever that bedroom is above Ethan and Xana, and it's probably Madison, was the target. Remember, he kept specifying target in his questions. Your
he
target.
Sure did.
He mentioned every time he said your target. And then later on he specifies person or object.
Yep. And you know, they were saying that he probably didn't expect Ethan to be there because I guess Ethan didn't stay there. He was just there with Xana. But like they said, but see, this is the very important piece. Now, I seen someone come on Dr. Phil when Dr. Phil was talking about it, and I guess they were close to someone that was in that fraternity house. And they said that Ethan had got into a very heated argument with someone at that fraternity house. And Xana made him come on. She broke it up and they left.
Could it have been Ethan had an argument with Brian?
They didn't say who the other person was. They and that's what I was thinking too, the truth. Because when I watched that, I said, could it have been Ethan and Brian?
Well, the other thing is, Brian strikes me as the type of person that, say, Ethan got in a fight with someone that Brian likes, but wants to be a better friend to them.
Exactly.
He strikes me as a person to be like, you know what, you want to do that to my friend.
And it kind of, and I'm glad you said that because it makes sense with this caller that I keep replaying back in my head that called into that podcast that said it's like he's trying to prove himself to these fraternity guys. He was speaking in third party. You could tell he was really referring to himself because why would you mention that they asked you if you kill somebody, how would you get away with it? And it's like, you know, he kept speaking on fraternity guys. And then he said, it's like they want you to prove yourself to them or something in that nature, he had said. But he said something about proving themselves to the fraternity guys. So I was like, you know, did he do this to try to show them that I'm tough enough to be in the fraternity?
What makes no sense is they haven't said where did Dylan exactly see him. Was he coming out from Xana and Ethan's room? Because that would mean that Xana and Ethan were killed last.
Yeah.
If he's coming down the stairs and leaving, that means Ethan and Xana were killed first.
Yeah.
See what I'm saying? She said he went right out the door.
Yeah.
He didn't go to Ethan's and Xana's room. He went right out the door. So that meant Ethan and Xana were dead when Dylan saw him.
Right.
So if she saw him coming from their room or that way, or couldn't really, you know, he just passed by her and he went out the door. Did he come from Dylan and Xana, or did he come down the stairs? Because that makes the timeline.
Right.
Because he didn't go to the room after Dylan saw him, so that meant they were already dead. If he comes down the stairs, he killed Madison and Kaylin last. So that's the timeline you're kind of looking at. Where did she see him? Because that changes everything. If she sees him coming from their room, he killed them last. If he sees him coming down the stairs and passes by her, he killed them first.
Right. Well, you got to go back to where she said when she initially made her statement, she said it sounded like Kaylee playing with her dog. And then she heard crying, whimpering, right? Then she heard somebody's in the house. So you heard it sounded like Kaylee playing with her dog first. Then you heard some whimpering. Then you heard somebody's in the house. Then you hear the guy say, "I will help you," or I'm hurt, whatever the guy said. You heard that last.
Well, how many times she said she came out the door 3 times,
He
correct?
said she opened it 3 times, and the third time is when he shocked her ass. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So,
she said she opened it first when she heard something that sounded like Kaylee playing with the dog, and then
which is the scuffling of the feet.
Yeah, she heard a
And I
thud.
said, what would
Yeah.
happen if he's up there attacking her? You're going to hear scuffling of the feet.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to hear things bumping. You're going to hear feet running, moving. Right. I mean, he didn't just walk up on her and stab her. He had to go to her, grab her. So you're going to hear that tussling.
Right. And then she heard the whimpering. She heard the guy voice. Oh, the loud thud. That came after the guy said, I'm going to take care of you. That's what he said. And then you heard a loud thud. You know, the noise.
That most likely is a body hitting the floor.
Exactly. Exactly.
Because it's very important, her timeline of what she says as far as the 3 times opening the door, because that gives you the timeline of the murders. If she heard scuffling upstairs, then he's doing it right then. But when did she hear somebody's here?
She heard that after she heard the whimpering.
The whimpering was most likely
yeah.
Somebody has been stabbed.
Yeah.
And they just don't have the energy to scream.
And I hate to say this, but the way we seen how Maddie was at the food truck, it looked like she was intoxicated. And I hate to say it, but it could have been Maddie that she heard. Because she was already, just ready to lay down and go to sleep. She was intoxicated. So that could have been Maddie that she heard.
The somebody is here is very interesting.
Yeah, the somebody is here is very interesting. And if you hear your friend say somebody is here, that lets me know, okay, she don't know what's going on. So I need to go up here and we need to find out who's in the house. If I haven't seen nobody and I'm right here and you haven't seen nobody, you don't know who's in the house. Let me go out the door and see what's going on. She didn't even, she opened the door, but she still didn't see nobody. But she heard it. She heard them say that. And then next you hear the thud. You hear the guy say, "Let me help you." Then you hear the loud noise. The loud thump. Or, like you said, a body hitting the floor.
And then she goes back in her room.
And she goes back in her room. She closed the door. She opened it the third time. And that's when he walked by her and she froze.
Because they mentioned that there's a footprint
by her
door.
Exactly. Mm-hmm.
So when she heard somebody's here, was he in the room with him? Because could he been in the bathroom and he just came, like she's saying somebody's here. Could he have been in the room with them and because he's wearing all black, they didn't see him? And then he just pops up and she says, somebody's here. Like somebody's in the room with us.
Well, my thing is, it couldn't have been dark if they said that Xana received Grubhub at 4. Then she was up and started and got on her TikTok. So I know she's not going to do TikTok in the dark. You see what I'm saying? So they were able to say that Xana had got on TikTok, and then all of a sudden, there was nothing else from Xana.
And she didn't eat the food.
And she did not eat her food. Her food arrived at 4 a.m. He circled the house 4 times. The 4th time he got out, that's when he was. They said that the murders was taking place.
It's for me. It's hard to place the timeline because again, it seems like he would have had to kill Nathan and Xana first because he never goes back there. But now she's saying she opened the door 3 times. He could have killed Nathan and Xana and then stood by her door to listen if she was moving around in there or if she had just laid back down.
All right.
Then he goes up the stairs and kills Kaylee and Madison, which I believe he didn't think Madison was going to be there because she no longer lives there.
No, it's Kaylee that didn't live there.
Kaylee.
Madison,
I don't think I think Madison was his target. Kaylee, he didn't think she was going to be there.
Yeah, a lot of people, was saying they didn't know Kaylee was there, but like I said, Kaylee had just purchased a new Range Rover and she was over to spend time with her friends. And like I said, they got back to the house late and they even caught a ride from the food truck, now that we know, to the house. So by me thinking, okay, that the car passed by, so that truck that passed by the first time, that could have been the ride that was given to Kaylee and Madison. And then we see this car pass by, the Elantra. So, yeah. And they said that, they didn't know Ethan was there because Ethan didn't live there. And supposedly one of the other roommates downstairs had moved out too. I don't know if it was Bethany. It had to have been Bethany. But no, it was a 6th roommate. They said it was a 6th roommate that was there that had recently moved out. So it's crazy.
Well, if there was an empty room, he could have sat in that room and just waited for everything to go quiet.
And then okay, because they had an empty room down in the basement area. There was a vacant room down there with the little door. Y'all got to remember, one of the rooms downstairs had a little door, like a little storage door.
Yeah, there's a closet in the right-hand corner at the very bottom with like a 2-foot door.
Right. So my thing is, I heard he parked in the back of the house, and he could have parked on the hill. Nobody was going to notice because he knew everybody was out at the bar. But like you said, he could have followed, but he probably was in that house waiting to see when everybody went to sleep. The Grubhub delivery guy, a person, could have scared him a little bit, and he probably sat in one of those vacant rooms until the coast was clear. Because they said that the murders could have happened between 4:04 to what was it, 4:04 to 4:15 or 4:20 or something like that.
4:04 to 4:16, I think.
Exactly.
And they're basing that on the Grubhub. So she received the Grubhub at 4:04.
She received the Grubhub at 4 o'clock.
Oh yeah, and she didn't eat it.
She didn't eat it.
So that's what they're saying.
I'm sorry. They said the murders. They probably think the murders probably began at 4:04, and then he raced away 16 minutes later.
Yeah, he was only in the house 15 minutes. They said that. They said he wasn't in there for more than 15 minutes. Because he knew the longer he stays in there, the more chance of him leaving evidence.
Exactly.
Get in, get out.
Right.
But I said that cut on his right arm, he's right-handed, so he was stabbing him with his right hand. But that cut on his right hand is I think it troubled him and scared him because he knew that's the number one thing to catch people is DNA.
Yeah.
And they did. I was just reading something else. They did say that you know, they said that the defense wounds came from more than one person, obviously. So
Well, I can
probably
believe
a
that.
lot of DNA there, you know.
Yeah.
I think it was. I think it was. I think it was Kaylee and Madison that put up the fight.
So
I
you
think
don't think
so
it was
too.
Ethan? Do you think he might have snuck Ethan while he wasn't paying? Well, they said.
I'm thinking they were, you know, they went to sleep and he walked in there when they were asleep. I don't know why nobody has no damn locks on their doors.
Well, you know, it was told by one of the parents that all of them had locks on their doors.
Well, I don't think you
So
know.
they may not have locked them because I
Well,
believe it was one. I think it was Xana's mama that was interviewed, and she said her dad had just been over to the house to fix her locks. I'm gonna go back and look at it for sure. That news anchor that that she interviewed her, and she said that she told her dad, and her dad had just been over there a week ago to either change her locks or fix her locks. That's what she said.
Unless they buy a different lock,
Mhm.
bedroom locks are just pushing a pin into the hole
Yeah.
that pops the bedroom lock open. That's
Yeah.
nothing. If it's a like a outside lock that you're putting on your door that
Mhm.
requires a little more, but what kind of lock was it? They won't say that until later.
Exactly.
And
They
again,
know.
if
Yeah.
you're not locking your front doors, why are you locking your bedrooms?
Yep, because that's the question. He didn't have to break no glass to get in there, so that only tells me that back door was open.
Either the sliding door was open, but sliding doors are the easiest to open unless you have the bar in the door.
Right.
Sliding doors are very easy to pick and
Right.
jar open.
Yeah.
Like I said, unless you have that bar that you put in there that
Mhm.
causes the door not to slide
Correct.
open,
Yep.
then the sliding door. But I'm guaranteed he left the same way he came in.
Oh yeah, they said he left the same way he came in.
Yeah, because that's the way you keep your DNA and your evidence. You leave the same way you came in.
And not only that, they said the front door had like a code lock on it, so you had to enter the code to get in. That's what one of the parents was saying too. That they know about the front door, but they didn't know about the back, the sliding glass.
Yeah, but that's a party house.
Yeah. So
You don't even know how many people knew the code, and I guarantee the frat house knew the code.
Oh, this is why I love you, D. True. You gonna have me in a debate. Look, you right about that. We got to keep our focus on it. Was a party house. Everybody was in that house. The people from the apartments was in that house, and all that. You know what I'm saying? So you never know who know the codes. And then let's not forget, Jack is a part of the fraternity. He is Kaylee's ex-boyfriend.
He had a
So
code. He knew Kaylee's code.
Exactly.
But once somebody moves out, you're supposed to remove the code.
You sure?
Most people don't do that.
Yeah.
But again, if Jack knew it and he told somebody else, "Oh, just go up there. They don't care if you party in there. Here's the code."
Right. Right. You right about that?
There's no but again, he doesn't want to put a code in.
He goes
because that code gets registered.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
And they could read the code. What
Mhm.
time it was put in and what code was put in. So he's going through another door that isn't so secure that it's going to be logged when he was there. Because again, if they have a code of when you enter and they could tell this is the time the person entered to kill them, then they just start looking at all the cameras in the area and say, well, they got killed he entered the house at this time, so the car had to pull up within the hour or 2 hours or 3 hours. Let's look at all the cars.
Right. Yep. And I'm like you, he wanted the easy way in and the easy way out. Yeah.
Exactly. Sliding door is perfect. And then he ends up in the backyard. He goes up the little hill, and there's his car.
Yep. They spotted that car on the hill. That's where they've been spotting that car, on the hill. He been stalking them. He been watching them, and he knew when to make his move. And I still kind of feel like that hooded guy, the guy that had the hood on his head, I feel like he may have been his lookout to make sure they got home.
A second person, I don't know.
You don't think so?
I don't think so.
I'm not saying the second person had to help him commit the crimes, but I feel like he may have had a lookout, to say, hey, we here. Because you got to remember, when they was at the food truck, that guy stood back. He watched them. He didn't let them get out of his sight. And he was also on his phone a lot. And when they moved over to the other side, talking to, the other guy that Maddie went and hugged, he followed them over there. And when I heard in the affidavit that, okay, they got a ride from the food truck, I'm thinking about the guy with the hood. Was he the one that made sure, they at the house now? Because even though I believe you when you said he could have followed them, but he was also, I feel like he may have had something to do with it. I'm just going to say allegedly, but it was just kind of strange. And then you got Maddie in the video at the food truck flipping him the bird. Like, won't you just go somewhere then? You know what I'm saying? It was kind of strange. It was like an eerie little feeling to me. And I know they question him, but I think he know a lot more. I really do.
Yeah, but they questioned him. Whoever dropped him off that night, he's been questioned. His whereabouts, what time did he get in, and they pinged his cell phone. See, that's true. The one thing about cell phones, you could turn the GPS off. That doesn't matter. GPS doesn't mean anything. Your cell phone is on. It's always actively pinging a tower.
Exactly.
That's how you get your phone calls. So your phone is on, so it's pinging the towers to receive phone calls. So it's always reaching to that tower. That's how they know exactly where you are. I have a picture here where they mapped where he goes, and every time he passed a cell tower, it logged that cell tower.
Well, they did say that he turned his phone off. He turned his phone off while he was committing the murders, and then he turned it back on when he was going home.
But like, they can still,
they can still get into it.
It's just like on the iPhone where you have like that Find My iPhone. Like, even if it's off, the phone will say, even if it's off, that it can still be located. So,
but you have to activate that. And
but with the iPhone, it has to be activated. Like, if you get a new phone, you have to turn that off on your old phone in order to activate your new phone. So that's a requirement that's on that phone. I don't know what kind of phone he had, but I'm just saying.
That's the thing. But he doesn't strike me as someone that gets the newest and greatest phone. He doesn't look like he had that kind of money to have the newest and greatest phone.
Yeah, but he with his psychosis and thinking he's the smartest, and his parents and all that, it's no telling. I don't know, but.
Right.
And I don't know, like, the features of the Androids and things like that. I'm pretty sure they're probably similar because of the competition, but I don't know. But that's how these phones work.
Well, the Android has the Find My Phone too.
Okay.
And Android has a thing where you can actually snap a picture. Mm-hmm. Say somebody steals your phone, you could actually go to the website and say Find My Phone. And say snap a picture, and even if your phone is off, it will snap the picture of whoever's. If it's facing up, it's going to take a picture of the person trying to open your phone.
Well, the truth, I tell you the truth. I don't know all the features of each phone I get. I'm considered like technically delayed by my son because I still don't know all the features of the first iPhone I had. So I just know that they just told me, whenever I went to upgrade a phone to turn that, or even if it was for insurance purposes, like you have to turn that off before you return the old phone. So it may be able to do stuff like that, since the Android can do it. But I think that they can definitely still find the phone. They may not be able, I don't know if to be able to ping the locations, but I think they can still trace the phones now.
Well, that's the thing though. When you hit find my phone, it
Mm-hmm.
it pings your phone.
Mm-hmm.
So if
Okay.
he had it off, unless somebody was looking for his phone, they wouldn't be able to see it. So he turns his phone off. But again, they know exactly where he turned his phone off, and they know exactly where he turned his phone on.
Right.
Which, if you're doing it on your way there,
Mm-hmm.
even 10 miles from there, why did you turn your phone off?
Exactly.
I have records of your phone for the last 6 months, and you have never turned your phone off than to restart it.
Mm-hmm.
So
Mm-hmm.
why would you turn your phone off at 2:30 a.m. and then turn your phone back on at 5 a.m.?
Right. Exactly.
That's what he did too. They said
Mm-hmm.
they noticed that he turned his phone off when during the time frame of the murders, and then he turned it back on.
Yeah, and he
And I was like,
probably left it in the car.
yeah, he had to leave it in the car so he
Oh yeah.
wouldn't drop it.
You know how
Yeah.
many dummies drop their phones at murder sites?
Oh yeah, I know. Yes, I know. But then again, you got to remember we talking about a kid that studied criminology. You know what I'm saying? Criminal justice. He thought he knew what not to do, but he was still careless at the same time. He committed murders and he left evidence still. He tried so hard not to leave evidence,
Yeah,
and he
he
still
tried
ended up. Yeah,
really hard to
yeah,
find only one speck of DNA in the
right,
entire crime scene of a knife murder is almost impossible.
right.
Even he was cut, and they still didn't find an excess of his blood. They found trace DNA on the sheath itself, but trace DNA doesn't always mean blood.
Right.
Trace DNA can mean a fingerprint because a fingerprint leaves your grease from your hand.
Mm-hmm.
It also leaves skin particles
Yeah.
when you leave a fingerprint. A handprint, fingerprint, all leaves trace DNA, which is skin, blood, even your oil, your skin oil.
Exactly.
Can all be used for trace because trace DNA means it's not a lot. They can still do it. It's not going to be a complete match as if they had a viable blood sample, but it's still enough to pinpoint you.
Yeah. There you go. They had enough. And it could have been his fingerprint, like the truth said. It could have been his fingerprint when he put the sheath on a knife to go commit murders.
When he
You know what
put
I'm
it
saying?
on prior to the
Mhm.
murders,
There you go.
way prior to the murders, this could
Where
have
he
been.
didn't use the surgical gloves.
Yeah. Do you know how many? Do you know how many people we catch because their fingerprint is on a spent shell?
Mm-hmm. A whole lot. Them the dumb criminals. That's why I say
Yeah,
they
you loaded that gun, and you know
Yep.
what? You may have loaded that gun 6 months ago,
Yeah.
and when you loaded that gun, you pressed that bullet down with your thumb.
Exactly.
Put it in your clip.
Yep.
So whoever loaded that clip, your fingerprint is on that. Unless you wore gloves, your fingerprint is on that bullet.
Yep. Then you got a lot of fools I heard that try to wipe it with a towel. and then turn around and still touch.
Yeah, well, wiping it with a towel, unless it's the soft, unless it's the soft rag, it doesn't take the entire print away.
No.
And all you need is a 4-point match to match on the database. Now, of course, they want to get more than that, but a 4-point match is enough for them to secure a warrant.
See, D True he gonna school y'all. I ain't gonna say too much. Look, because a lot of people don't know that. And then, when I be seeing people to my, you wipe with a towel, just because you wipe it with a towel don't mean shit. I just be sitting there looking at and listening to dumb motherfuckers that be saying stupid shit. And they don't realize you still can get caught. You don't know what else you done left on that bullet or whatever you using to try to harm somebody. And like I said, when I thought about the sheep and they said he left DNA, I didn't say it was, I didn't just come out right and say, oh, he left blood. I knew he cut himself, but it could have been his fingerprint, like you said, oil and skin. That's still part of your DNA.
Mm-hmm.
So he thought oh, this is why we seen Papa Rogers talk about the sheep theory, because he probably was trying to figure out, okay, well, I know I cut myself, it wasn't no blood on it, even though I left it and I wasn't trying to leave it, it ain't nothing on it. He don't know, because we don't know if the lights was on or off, for one. But I think he was trying to bring up that sheep theory to see how many people would think like him, or how many people will say, well, that could be a piece of evidence, which we all know it's going to be a piece of evidence. Brian was really playing a mind game online with a lot of people under incognito accounts. And I'm just gonna say, by the shit that these different accounts was asking, I think it was him. And he could have been smart enough to use school computers to do it, so they wouldn't trace it back to his IP address. Is the reason why, okay, on a TikTok video, we didn't see a face, but we saw a shadow, but we heard the voice. And I played it several times, the truth. The TikTok video and him being in court at his hearing, and a lot of people were saying it sounded just like him. Nurse even said she had it's no doubt that's him that's talking on the TikTok video. And what got me is that this person was reading from paper. He had a script on the side of his MacBook. So how you feel about the TikTok? What was you finna say, Nurse? I'm sorry, girl.
No, I said when you played the first, which one did you play first?
I played the TikTok video first because I wanted y'all to see the shadow. And then you said, then you went on your own and found got the court hearing and heard him talk. And you said, that's him. So I went on the I went on the court hearing, so everybody in the chat can listen for themselves. And everybody was like, they believed that was him by the
I just said, after hearing him, what you brought up, I just said, I want to hear something to compare the voice. And you were pulling up the same thing I was pulling up, and then you played it, something where we could actually hear him, like it was like him in court or something, just to get an idea. But that sounded just like him. I'm convinced that's him.
Good night, Miss Linda. Yeah, so the truth, we heard the TikTok video. I don't know if you were still in live when we listened to the TikTok in the court. And I wanted to listen to the voice, versus the shadow. You know what I'm saying? Because he let the screen go black, but when he noticed that his phone was on the screen and it was reflecting his shadow, he moved the phone down to the keyboard, but we could still hear him speak. And by us hearing him speak in court, it sounded just like him. So, have you heard the TikTok video and when he was in court video? Have you compared the two like we did?
It's okay. So comparing voices, and especially if they're in two different places. He's in a large courtroom, so his
Right.
voice is going to change in a large courtroom versus him sitting in a room. Now, a lot of people don't understand that a lit room also changes your voice a little bit. A
Yeah.
dark room changes it also.
Yeah.
So, like when it comes to comparing, unless I could put them on the screen and match them, because I have a program that you can actually put the audio on and then it actually shows similarities. Because when people speak, they say certain letters the same every single time.
And that's why I was gonna say it was the way he articulated
Yes,
his
the
word.
way they when they speak, they pause in the same places,
Come on.
and when they say certain letters, they speak the speech is usually that the tone of the speech is usually the same. With it doesn't have to be the same word, but in letters and sounds.
And that's what we picked up off of. We didn't, because I'm like, I'm the same way. I can be where my ceiling is higher and it's gonna sound a little different. I could be in a room where it's not, and it's gonna sound like I'm like this. So it was the way he articulated his certain words and the way he pronounced and how he paused, how he was, I believe that's what all this chat in the panel had gravitated to when we heard the video of him being in court and when we heard the TikTok video, because the way this guy was speaking in the TikTok video, it's like he paused, he said certain words a little, he worded his shit a little different, and then hearing Brian in court, it's like he answered, he replied, or he stated the same way. He articulated his stuff, his words, his sentences. So I'm like, okay, I had to play it over and over again, but Nerds caught on to it, Truth caught on to it, a lot of people in the chat caught on to it. So I was like, okay, I gotta play it one more time because I want to be for certain. But when I played the TikTok again, and while I was fresh in my mind, I played the court hearing again, and I heard it. I heard it.
You were the one that first compared that part right there with the
Yeah.
articulation, and then we all agree with it.
Yeah.
Because I mean, like I said, in my opinion, it like just with the everything we just listed, I'm pretty much convinced that was the same person.
Oh, yeah.
I
And I
could be
think that
wrong, but
I
of
think
course.
that person had a hat on. I'm not too for sure, but then as he moved closer to the camera, when he noticed that he was being shown on his phone, he quickly changed his direction. He aimed it towards his keyboard.
Mm-hmm.
And then, okay, I said, well, then it could be because he started off saying that he was related to somebody that was in, part of the
investigation.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So I was like, okay, they're not going to tell you this much. And why are you over here flipping paper? Like he literally had paper to the side of him and he was reading off of paper. So how you feel about that, The Truth?
Most serial killers and most mass murderers will try to inflict themselves somehow into the investigation. Either follow the investigation very closely with newspaper clippings and articles that they get on the internet now. Somewhere there's going to be a trace of them following what they did.
Exactly.
A crime of passion is just that, a crime of passion. A incidental murder is just an incidental murder. But a calculated mass murder like this, he's sitting back and watching everything.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
He's watching it all. He's enjoying
it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. He's enjoying the people interacting with him. He enjoyed that argument he had with that guy.
I think he did too. That's why he couldn't end it.
Yeah, he enjoyed that argument with him. He enjoyed that man having so much invested in this that he wanted to argue with him about it.
Exactly. You talking about Dustin. Dustin was the one, Dustin was the one arguing with him back and forth. And then it looked like when Dustin asked him, told him, you're communicating like a serial killer. He was like, why would you ask that?
He was flattered. He was flattered by that.
Yeah.
He absorbed that. He was like, you're right. He wanted to say you're right, but I'll guarantee he had a smile on his face saying, oh, you think I'm that smart too, huh?
Because Dustin is the only one that called him out. Out of all the comments, Dustin is the only one that called him out. And that's the one he put his most focus on. He focused on Dustin.
Yes. Catch me if you can. You see, serial killers get bored.
Yeah.
They get easily bored. It's so easy to kill a prostitute. It's so easy to kill a homeless person. And they just keep doing it over and over again. Then they get bored and they're like, man, are these stupid people ever going to catch me?
Right.
I'm so much smarter than them. And that's when they start taunting. That's when they start talking to people.
Right.
At least 4 or 5 serial killers have reached out to newspapers a year or two into their killing sprees.
Yeah.
Trying to figure out, why haven't these people caught me yet? Am I that much smarter than they are?
They're getting a thrill out of it.
They are. They're getting a thrill out of it, and they're enjoying the conversation.
Exactly. It's making them feel like they the man or the woman, because they know in their real life they saw. My thing is, like I said, I always reflect back to what the student said about him and how he treated the professor. So my thing was, he wasn't the smartest person in the room. So let me try to prove myself to society. You know what I'm saying?
It's like if you win something, but you can't tell anyone you won it.
Exactly.
I won this, but I can't tell anyone I won it. No one's supposed to know I won this.
Yeah.
And you're all like, oh, what do I do with it? It's all bottled up inside. I want to tell everybody. I want to tell everyone I won, but I can't.
Exactly.
So they do the next best thing, is they leave breadcrumbs, or they taunt that they've won this and you just don't know who I am. But I want you to know, I'm telling you, I'm happy about it.
Exactly. I'm the one that did it, and nobody never figures it out.
And nobody knew.
Yeah, nobody knew.
Yeah, look how smart I am.
Look how long he was on Facebook and Reddit posting stuff. You see what I'm saying? He was getting a thrill out of this. Like, this was his,
while he was running.
Exactly. This was his famous moment. His 15 minutes of fame. He was gonna take that all up. He walked out the house. Nobody didn't call the police on him right away. Nope. He was still able to drive around the house after he committed the murders. So he thought he was in the clear.
Well, I think he was upset.
Why you think he was upset, D-True?
Because he wanted to see the response, and then he had to wait.
Do you think this is why he was eager, thinking he was gonna get exonerated?
No, I think he sat in his car and was like, when are they going to call? Do I have to call the police? When the hell are they going to call the police? He wanted to see the response.
Oh, so, well,
why else would he show up at 9 a.m. in the morning to sit there and look at the house?
I agree with that. I agree with that. He was ready for the action to go down. I agree with that.
I can see where you coming from on that. You right on that. You right on that.
Why would you just murdered 4 people and you're gonna show up at 9 a.m. the next day
and then be like,
sit there?
So he probably was sitting there thinking, so I killed him for nothing and I don't get no attention.
Well, he showed up at 9 o'clock because he's like, they gotta get up. They gotta be up by now. Somebody's got to be like, what the hell's going on? Nobody's up, you know. He's at 9:30. Well, they got to wake up by at least 9:30.
But wait
At
a
least
minute.
9:30.
Wait a minute. He also passed somebody on the way out the door. So he probably thought police would be there still by now. And nobody was there. Because the truth, I think he saw that girl. And like you said, he had a cut and he left out that door.
Yeah, I believe because he spent so much time and very meticulous. He asked a lot of questions, and I'll guarantee he got some answers. I'll guarantee he was asking more questions that we don't know about, that they haven't put out, or if they know at all about DNA. You know, how do you keep from DNA? I'll guarantee that he had 2 sets of gloves on. I'll guarantee that he had duct tape around his gloves.
I ain't think about the duct tape.
Well, you duct tape the gloves around your sleeves so your hair doesn't come out.
Yeah.
So you don't leave. So because hair follicles, they vacuum the entire crime scene.
Okay.
And then they go through and they look for hair. So they're picking hair out and they test all the hair. They have the hair from the people that live there.
Yeah.
And then they have the hair of people that don't live there over there. It's a party house. There was probably a lot of hair just running everywhere. But again, they have to do that.
Yeah, I can't get on me when I say old Catherine, because the truth gonna keep saying it's a party house.
Oh yeah. But I agree though. I do agree.
It was a party house, so you're right. It's a lot of people hurt.
Yeah, that house is huge.
There's pubic hairs flying. There's pubic hairs everywhere.
But the house is huge. There are a bunch of college students. Come on now.
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
the amount of pubic hairs they probably pulled out of them bedrooms.
Oh, Lord.
Oh my gosh.
But I'm just saying, they vacuum.
Not the pubics.
Yes, they vacuum. And then someone digs through it and looks for the hair.
Oh, God.
And they check. But if you're smarter than the average bear, you put your gloves on and you duct tape your sleeves, and you also duct tape the bottom of your pants to your boots. So you duct tape the bottom of your pants to your boots. Now, no hair.
I've been sitting here quiet. Let me tell you why. Sometimes as a content creator, it's good to just sit and enjoy commentary, right? And I'm gonna tell you what Flex and D Truth been giving me. Like I've been sitting here watching the ID channel. Y'all know I love watching. No, I promise you I wasn't asleep on everything I love. But this is the thing. Y'all know I love watching the ID channel. And basically I feel like I just sat here and watched the episode of Forensic Files. Yeah, pretty much. I'm just telling y'all how I feel.
One of the classes that I had to take was forensic.
I can believe it. I can believe it.
Another class was psychology and other things. And I've read The Mind of a Serial Killer, which is probably one of the best books I've ever read. And again, but it's written from the doctor's perspective, who actually interviewed a bunch of serial killers.
Wow.
But again, it's like he's thinking these things. He took psychology.
Exactly.
He also
that's what I'm saying. That's what really gets me is the fact that he was a criminology major. So
he took psychology, he took forensic, he had all those things because his 2-year degree was in criminology. So that means he had to take some forensic classes.
He had to take, yeah.
So he knows that body hair is one thing they look for, blood trace, fingerprints, skin. I mean, you also, she said he had a hat on, right? He's wearing a tight stocking cap so that his hair, because he got a haircut.
All she said is he had a mask on covering his nose and his mouth. She didn't say nothing about a hat.
Well, if he wasn't wearing a hat, he's an idiot.
Pretty much. Yeah. That's the main thing that hair. Because you don't know your follicles, baby, they falls out.
Oh, yes.
But remember yesterday I said it looked like he had a short, like buzz cut. Remember when I said around the ear, it looked like he had a haircut? I don't know if y'all remember that, but we were trying to
You
figure
know,
out
we
what
was
was
looking at
going
him when he was sitting at the computer or what? To my
Yeah, he had
Yes,
a little low haircut. Yeah.
the perk walk, he has a edge cut on it around his ears.
Yeah,
He's got an edge
yeah.
cut around that big giant forehead of his. But in other pictures that you see, he's got longer hair.
Right.
So he cut his hair for this because he knew that's another thing. Your hair falls out. What do? They test all the hairs, and the follicle is where the DNA is.
He thought he was so smart that he planned this out
And
perfectly.
I'm looking at his arm right now. He shaved his arm.
No hair.
He has no hair on his right arm.
Come on, Detroit.
He shaved his arm. I'll guarantee he shaved his legs too.
Probably.
His ball sack is probably bald too.
Not bald. Now, see, we're not gonna do the bald
We're
thing.
not gonna do the bald.
Wait
We
a
don't wanna know about his
minute.
Detroit. So by you telling me that only tells me that couldn't have been him. That they were trying to say was him walking across the field at the vigil.
The haircut I'm looking right here is not the haircut of the guy that was walking across that field.
Facts.
Exactly.
Facts. That's what I kept looking at the head.
This is a shorter edge cut haircut.
Right.
And it's neater.
Yeah.
And the pattern of the way it's cut is not the same. See? None of it matches up as far as the hair. Yeah.
Yeah, I doubt he had that long hair when he did this. Like I said, the hair is the number one thing that gets you caught.
Yeah.
That's why a R person that commits R all the time will just basically wax their entire body. Because they know that's the first thing gonna fall out when I'm doing my do.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Plus the women will grab and scratch at you. So if they're grabbing and scratching, they scratch your arm, they're gonna knock hair off your arm.
And that's the first thing that they look for too is hair follicles. That's the thing.
Yep, hair follicles, and then they start looking for skin under the nails, things like that. Because if you scratch somebody in the arm, their hair is under your nails.
Oh yeah.
Along with the skin, but their hair is there too. That's why I'm saying he shaved his arm because I don't think he don't look like the type that he should have a little hair. He ain't got a damn lick of it on that arm.
Well, you know what, the truth, now that I think about it, if they found one of the girls in a defense position, evidently they couldn't have had his DNA under their nails because they only got it off the sheet. So could it be that he may have cut himself, like you were saying? He may.
I think he does because most attacks are down,
right?
And if it was a serrated blade, stabbing down, and she deflects it, sends it back up, which would cause the scrape between at his wrist, because the 6-inch scrape is at his wrist. So if as he strike it down, she swings up, he could easily scrape himself with that knife, because that's not a scratch. That definitely looks like he inflicted that on himself.
Yeah, that's a deep ass wound, and I knew that couldn't be just no scratch. I knew that.
Yeah, and I believe that's what drove him out of that house that quick.
He hurt himself. Yeah.
And he knew it. He said, well, that's how I'm gonna get caught. I got to get out of here.
Exactly.
I don't have time to F you up, little girl. I got to leave.
That explains why he was demanding his parents not to leave no trash around, and he was around the parents' house picking up trash with surgical gloves on.
Well, yeah, because his fingerprint would be left on whatever he picked up.
Exactly.
A can. But again, a can leaves DNA. So if he drank out of that can, they're trying to get a hold of it. Exactly. The cops are looking for cups, spoons,
Mm-hmm.
Any kind of hard surface coat soda cans, they're looking for all that stuff because that leaves trace evidence.
Right.
You know, hell, they looking to see, you know, if they can catch some poop coming out the drain.
See, I won't gonna even go there, but you just getting all deep with it.
I go too far. I go too
That
far. I know.
that's DNA, honey. Y'all gotta understand.
Oh yeah, poop will put you in jail in a second.
In a second. That's the quickest form of DNA,
oh, yeah.
right?
Oh hell yeah.
That's the quickest form. Yes.
They find some poop in the yard. They testing everything.
Oh Lord. Oh my God.
But see, you guys mentioned this damn case, and I couldn't help myself. And once I
It's
started,
okay, be truth. It's okay. I like, you can participate. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, I wish I could on some of yours. You're gonna have to do it live when it ain't on during the week, because I be at work during the week. But on the weekends when I'm available, I can hop on the panel with you and we can solve some cases. Because this right here, this just got me, because you got 4 innocent college students that were murdered. And then you got this guy, and I'm like, what was his motive? When I heard they arrested him, I said, the first thing I said was it rejection? Because you got 3 beautiful girls and 1 guy. And then when I heard Ethan was in the fraternity, I was like, okay, was he mad at Ethan? Maybe he was jealous because he been trying to fit in. From what I'm hearing, then there's more and more shit come out. I'm like, okay, I'm not understanding this. Then they said he didn't expect Ethan to be at the house. Kaylee didn't live at the house. Then I heard another guy say it was Xana and Maddie that was the target. But then I was like, they said he met Kaylee 2 years ago. And now that Kaylee father, they said when Kaylee father seen Brian's picture, he didn't recognize him. But when he heard of his name is when he said, okay, he may know something, but he didn't want to talk at that time. So that's what kind of messed me up. Yeah.
I believe Madison was the target.
And you know what?
Because Kaylee was not supposed to be there.
Right.
Unless he found something out. Unless he, like I said, unless he followed them. Unless he, but they also said Kaylee got a new car. So did he know that was her new car?
But see, that's my thing with the whole theory about Kaylee not supposed to have been there. And my thing is this, though. You guys to remember, y'all, he stalked them. Like he stalked them. So even if Kaylee was supposed to be there, if he was stalking them, he knew that night she was there.
Yeah, because they said he stalked her after he met her for 2 years, and he had made 27 calls or whatever, and they checked the records, and she didn't return one of them. And that's when he started stalking, and they said she got a new, I forget, luxury BMW.
Even if she got a new car,
it was like a luxury SUV, and that was one of the reasons she came to show her friends.
So, but Kaylee was at the food truck, right?
Kaylee was at Kaylee and the mysterious guy with the hood and Maddie
and Madison.
They all walked to the food truck.
He was at the food truck, and the only reason I say he was at the food truck is because after that black truck drives by, a couple minutes later, he drives by. He followed them home, so he knew Kaylee was in that house because he saw them get dropped off.
But see, that's the thing. If it was a couple of minutes after the truck drove by, I feel like the guy in the hood may have not, like I said, I feel like he know more than what he said to the police, because he watched their every move. Even when he stood back while they was ordering their food, and Maddie went over there and hugged the guy in, the jersey. She walked back to Kaylee. And then Kaylee finished up their order. Then when Kaylee walked back to where the guy in the jersey was, That's when the guy in the hood walked over there too. Then you see Maddie flicking the guy in the hood off, but it says in the affidavit that they got a ride from that food truck. So I'm thinking, okay, well, maybe the guy in the hood went on and gave them a ride. But he was a little suspicious because when the girls was at the food truck, he was standing way behind them and he was on his phone. So that's why I'm not going to count him out, because I feel like he may know more than what he told the police.
Yeah, I thought Madison would be, because that's her house. She's supposed to be there. I don't think Kaylee was
Right.
supposed to be there. But again, if he followed them from the food truck,
Right.
or was tipped off that they're leaving from the food truck, it's no coincidence that the black truck goes by and then he drives by.
Exactly.
That means he was somewhere behind them, following them.
And then I'm gonna tell you this: even after watching, I watched the full video of the police cam, and even after I see the truck, then I see the car. Then minutes later, well, not minutes later, it was like a couple of minutes go by. Not a couple, it was a few minutes that went by, and you see the black truck leaving again, and I thought that was odd.
He dropped him off. He wasn't staying. He just dropped him off.
But it was like right after that, that's when you see the white car again.
Leaving or going back up the other way.
Come on now. You see the car coming down, then you see the car going up. And before that car made an entrance in that police body cam, you saw that truck. Yes.
No,
either direction.
He watched them get dropped off.
Exactly.
And then I guess he wanted to see where that truck was going. When he saw the truck leave, he turned up to park up on that hill, because you could actually get to that place from two ways. You could go past the police officers like he did, going that way, and you go and you loop around, and then you could actually come up on the other side and make a right, and you go right by those apartments and back down.
Yeah, you're right.
If you go up and make the right, you actually could go up the street on the hill, on Queen.
Right.
And I think that's where he parked, but he parked further down Queen. So when he came out that back door, he just walked up the hill and his car was right there.
Ooh, I tell you.
But I was saying Madison was a target because she's lived there. She's living there right now. Kelly's not living there. She wasn't supposed to be there. But if he's following them, he knows Kelly's there. He sees Kelly's car is still out there.
Exactly.
Right.
She had a brand new Range Rover she had just got.
I knew it was something nice.
Yeah, it was a Ranger. It's actually parked in front of the house right now in the picture of the floor plan. I think it's a gray Range Rover.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I remember they said she came to show her friends. And stayed.
She came over there. She had got a new vehicle. She was coming to show her friends and hang out with them. That's what her weekend consisted of. Yeah. So it's sad. It's sad. And then, you got Xana and Ethan that attended a fraternity party, and then it turned heated and they end up leaving. Xana ordered food that she never ate. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and that tells you that there's somebody in the back room. Right. Bodak Chunk.
Who?
Bodak Chunk.
Oh, I ain't even see nothing.
Yeah, let me back there.
I don't know
I forgot what I was going to say.
That's okay. You spotted them. I didn't see nobody back there. I wasn't even looking at the damn computer. I was sitting up here talking. Hold on, buddy. What's going on? Ooh,
I just think that this was well calculated. It was planned out. He wanted to be one step ahead, of everyone, and he was for the longest time. I do believe that he was anticipating a large response from the police, And I think he wanted to watch what they were going to do.
Right. Right. Yeah, he was trying to see if they could sit there and be smarter than him.
Mm-hmm.
Basically. Hold on. I thought I. Oh Lord, let me get to my overlays. Hold on.
I think he was angry that them people didn't call at like 9:30.
He might have been angry. That's why he probably let her live to see if she was gonna call the police on him. Hey, Bodie.
Hey.
What's up?
What's the tea? Y'all mad at me? What I do?
Ain't nobody mad at you. We talking about some crime stuff right now. We over here.
I'm listening. I can't join the panel. I want to listen.
Bodie.
What?
What's wrong? What's wrong with you? You know what you done.
What you mean? What's wrong with me? I asked you. I said y'all mad at me. What's the tea?
Ain't nobody. What we gonna be mad at? What you done?
What you mean? What I done? What
you done?
Oh, Lord.
Email me, Bodak, missflex@gmail.com. We over here doing crime talk right now. I don't know why you came over here.
I'm chilling. That's weird. I mean, if you don't want me over here, then just say that.
No, Bodak, but this is a different type of topic right now. I don't know who may have put you up to this, but you can email me.
Why do you feel like I got to be put up to something?
Because I know once you left Truth Panel, you went to your live and you made a lot of lives. There wasn't the Truth Sippers is really not feeling. So I'm gonna respect my family.
That's not true. That's not true.
Yeah,
because
we saw it, Bodak. We saw it.
Okay. How's that? What did I lie about?
You went on.
Who is this talking? Like, why would you put the screen?
This is Flexy. Who link did you hit?
Okay, but y'all all be sounding the same. Like, Truth, you got an issue with me?
Truth and I don't sound the same. Truth been on mute. Me and somebody else.
Okay, but that's not.
You doing some real
That's
serious
not ladylike for you to.
Okay, but anyway, because I told you to email me, I'm not finna do that. We doing something else. Okay, the truth. Because I ain't got time for that. That's what they do. They sit and they try, they set stuff up. Or they email me at missflex@gmail.com. I got other stuff going on right now. But anyway, the truth. What was you saying?
I don't remember.
Lord.
See, I didn't even know he was back there until you said something.
Well, I'm looking because I'm looking. I'm on both. I have like 5 screens for my computer. I got the StreamYard on one stream all by itself, and I got the chat on another stream, and then I'm doing work on a third screen up here. So I looked and I'm like, somebody's in the back room.
Well, D-True, we're going to send you a list of the names that you don't know about that may be trying to troll our shit when we talking about some other stuff. So you will know.
I love troll.
Yeah.
I love troll.
Well, you know what? It's been a lot with that person. I don't know. He can hit me on the email. We can talk. Right now, we on Brian Koberger. We talking about Idaho 4 and what doesn't happen and why. So I don't have time for that. They love to try to distract the truth in our lives, and I can't do that. I can't do that.
I don't think he'll ever tell why he did
it. But a lot of people feel like he gonna sing like a mockingbird.
I think he's gonna keep it close. I think he's gonna deny that he did it, because many mass murderers who don't like walk into someplace and shoot up, or they do something like this, they profess their innocence the entire time. The Atlanta killer, they had him dead to rights. He killed almost 30 black children.
That's the one that oh my God, that's the movie that I saw as a child, and that's the one that I'm gonna have Trey Love up on my panel discussing. She's in Atlanta. She did a story on it. She did a video on it, and I really want to talk about that. Her skin is so good.
They had DNA. They had everything.
God. Yes.
They had everything on him. He still to this day professes that he didn't do it.
Yes, the Atlanta child murder. That's what it was called, the Atlanta child murders. Yep.
He professes to this day that he didn't do it.
I remember that.
I didn't kill. He says I didn't kill one child. I was set up.
He sure
I
did.
was set up. He professes that. Some people believe him, but they had him dead
Remember
to
they
rights.
did that movie? Did you watch the movie? Yep.
Yeah, and many people like this that get caught on a technicality or a small slip up.
Yeah, they mess up. Something really small.
Yeah, really small mess. They'll profess that they're innocent. It's not them. They didn't do it. And even when they get convicted, didn't do it. Didn't do it. Okay. Well, I guess you didn't have a good lawyer then. Because if you're an innocent person, a lawyer should be able to get you out of it.
Some kind of way.
Yeah. But a guy like him is going to say, I didn't do it. I didn't do it. Yeah. There's no possible way.
So that man is still living?
I believe he is. I believe I think he's still serving jail. I don't think he died.
Oh wow. He ought to be old as dirt. But yeah, I remember that. I can't wait to have Trey Love up on the panel to talk about that.
It was 79 to 81.
Yep, they was
and he was convicted of murder and suspected in 30 murders.
Yeah.
But he only got convicted, I think, of maybe 5 or 6. Which you only need one.
Only need one.
You only need to convict somebody with one murder because you could only serve one life term. I don't think. Did he die? I don't think he died. I think he's still alive.
His name was Wayne
Williams.
Wayne Williams. That's what it was. Yep. I remember that shit.
He blamed it on a bunch of white people.
Sure did.
He said, "White people."
I still remember how that man looked in that movie. He was kind of like not really heavy set, but he had a big afro and glasses.
Yeah, he looked like Arthur Ashe.
Yes, that was him.
Oh, I think I know who y'all talking about.
I remember that shit, y'all, because that shit had us terrified here in the South. That shit had us terrified here in the South. It was back in 79 through 81.
Yeah, 79 to 81.
Yes,
he was arrested in 1981. And they believed that he was killing way before that.
Yes.
They believed that he started as early as his teens.
Wow.
He was he got sentenced for killing 2 adults. So he never got convicted of the child murders. He got convicted of killing the 2 18-year-olds.
And isn't that something? Because that man killed a lot of kids.
29 to be exact.
My God.
Oh my goodness.
What? Yes, girl, Wayne Williams, the Atlanta child murders. Girl, I'll never forget it. Ever.
See, I don't be searching serial killers like that, but I'm gonna have to go look his ass.
Girl, imagine watching that shit. I was a child back then. I mean, I was old enough to, because when it was happening, it was when we first moved here. But like I say, let me tell you something. To watch that movie as a child, to see how that man was snatching them kids up like that, and you had to walk to your bus stop or you had to walk to school, that shit was scary. That shit was scary down here in the South. I ain't gonna lie. They ain't know what was happening to them kids. They was coming up missing, y'all. Just coming up missing.
Yes, I'm looking at his picture now. We were young, yeah, but I remember the story. I sure do.
Jail. He's been in jail for 40 years.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, well, it makes sense.
Yep.
Yeah, it says right here that they can identify 22 children that he killed, but he was never charged with the death of a single child. And he will not confess to them. So the cases are not closed because he was never convicted or charged with the murder of those children. There's still an open investigation.
So why they couldn't charge him? They didn't find no.
They didn't have enough evidence. They could link him to the children because he used to be a record producer.
Wow.
Right, and he had an R&B group with the men in the months before he was arrested. Let's see, yeah. So he worked in the record industry, and that's how he would lure the kids.
Oh my God. So he used his artist basically. Wow.
Because remember, 79 and 80 was like the beginning of rap.
Right.
That was, Sugar Hill Gang and Curtis Blow and all them were, just starting out.
Yeah.
But the Sugar Hill Gang, so everybody wanted to be a rap artist.
Yeah. Ooh. I tell y'all, this shit get deep.
It does, because you don't know what is in the mind of these people.
Exactly. And back then they knew people really wasn't, it was all about, the stardom. It was all about you being famous. They weren't really listening to people that come out and say something towards the stars. So they knew ain't nobody gonna listen to you. You know what I'm saying? They was out there doing whatever they wanted to do. And it's bad.
So he was eligible for parole in 2019, and he won't be eligible again until 2027.
He don't need to be eligible at all.
Right.
And I understand because they didn't have enough evidence, but if they kind of feel like I ain't gonna even go there. I ain't gonna even go there. It just hurts my heart when it comes to when it's kids, elderly people, all that involved, everybody. Your life taken for nothing. Like we got the Idaho students,
Well, yeah. Again, you don't know. You don't know. A lot of people go, man. I remember the days when I didn't even have to lock my front door.
Exactly.
And now you got people. You ever watch the Ring Cam?
I watch all them videos.
Yeah, the crazy people on Ring Cam.
Yeah.
I'd be like, hey, see that hole in the door? That little thing with the little circle? Look through it. Go ahead, look through it.
They got a channel on YouTube too for Ring Cam video.
Yes, they're hilarious. Love them.
But the spooky ones, I don't be loving it, but there be some funny ones on there, and I be like, wow.
So you're not into ghost hunting or anything like that?
Now, I done seen some of those weird ass videos. I can get deep. But stuff like that don't scare me.
So you wouldn't do it, right?
What, ghost hunting?
Yeah.
Yeah, I would. Like I said,
would you? Oh, okay. All right.
I'm numb to shit like that because I think because I done seen so much, and it don't even faze me no more.
When I do that, when I go out ghost hunting, I only have one rule: I'm not gonna be by myself.
Right.
Because your mind plays tricks on you. Okay. When I was in the military, I would tell my guys, don't stare at anything. Take your eyes off it, bring it back, because if you stare at it, it's going to change shapes, and you're going to think it's somebody. So don't stare at it. I said, if you're looking in the dark, you look away, and then you look back, and the dark won't be as dark as it was when you started staring into it. Yeah, and the same thing. Like if you're alone, all those things are going to happen. You're going to start seeing things. You're going to say, but if two of you are there, when you see something, look at the other person, and if they seeing the same thing you seeing, something's there.
Right.
They need to back your ass out. Okay, let's go the other way.
I don't have a problem. I maneuver in the dark a lot. So when, especially like at night, like I said, I get up and I check my house. I don't have no lights on, and it's easy for me to maneuver around in the dark. You know what I'm saying? Like I go out for sound, and like you said, I go out for vision. I don't stare at it because you want to make sure that's what you saw. If you stare at it, it can change. It can look like something different. So yeah, I make sure I canvas around, and then I go back to where I felt like I saw something. And if it's still there, then I know it's something real. But I don't need a light. I really don't. And I know it's strange, but it seemed like I got night vision. I can go in my garage and I turn on the light in the dark and still get in my car. It's crazy. So I'm numb to like ghost hunting and all that. My granny instilled in me as a young child, you don't fear no ghosts, you don't fear spirits, you don't fear none of that because they can't hurt you, for one. But if I see somebody, it's a visible person, I'm going to see you, but you might be tripping thinking you saw me, and then I'm going to maneuver around. You ain't going to know where I went. So, yeah, I had to get like that. And then my son was in the military too. And then, he told me a couple of things. And I told him, son, this is part of what I raised y'all on, because you have to know if you wake up out of your sleep and somebody break in the house and I'm asleep and you may hear them, they may enter your room. I want you to be smart. So it was a lot of things I taught my kids. And I don't have fear about it or nothing like that. But I know if I hear somebody, I got my baby laying on the nightstand, and I know how to access it real quick. So it is what it is. Yeah.
You know what a magnetic holster is?
Mm-hmm.
Those are the best.
The very best. I'm not finna play with you, the truth.
Truth. Oh, I'm not gonna give flashbacks, Money Boy.
Don't you even try it. Don't you even.
So, have you ever thought about like checking out a scary place?
What you mean a scary place?
Like ghost hunting.
Huh?
Ghost hunting.
No, I don't do that. I don't do that.
Why not?
No, sir. See, I was that child. I never watched scary movies. I couldn't tell you who Jason, Freddy, Chucky, none of them. I couldn't tell you about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Well, you know they all on YouTube.
Okay, well, I never watched the movies. I did not.
They're all sitting at your table.
As a grown adult, do not watch scary movies. I think the scariest movie I ever watched was Madea when it was Halloween time.
Medea's Boo. Medea's Boo.
I think that's the scariest movie I ever watched, and that shit had me shaking. But no, I don't do ghosts and goblins. The truth. You that evil clown. You like to play with them people. You play with them people.
I do.
I know.
Wait a minute, Drew.
What?
I just said, I ain't scared of ghost hunting, but I
never said I was scared of ghosts. I don't listen. Don't bully me. Like I don't have to be scared of ghosts not to want to play with them.
Well, you're not playing with them, but again,
the truth. Now you walking on thin ice with me because you are an evil clown, but I love you. But you scary too.
The dead is not what you got to worry about.
I understand that. I can literally, because I don't entertain ghosts and goblins and don't really believe in them. I'm that one that can literally walk through a cemetery at night. A lot of people can't do that.
There's no ghosts in the cemetery.
No, it's no ghost. It's
Dead.
just
They're dead before they got there.
yeah,
So
it's
whatever
just
happened to them
spirits.
happened
But
somewhere else.
I do feel like it's full of spirits though.
They ain't in the cemetery. Very few.
Well,
Not
I'm
saying
just
never.
saying.
Not saying never.
The truth, you can't make me play with Chucky and them.
Okay, all right. I mean, honestly, I've done sanitariums. I've done tuberculosis hospitals. I've done old hospitals, abandoned hospitals. I've done them all. And you know what? The biggest scare that I ever got was from a damn homeless person, and I damn near shot another
homeless person. I know I heard you. I know I did.
His ass was in there. He was sleeping. I think it was a hospital. It was a closed down hospital. And he was in there sleeping in the damn bed because they leave all the shit in there. Damn. Everything's in there. Beds are in there. Gurneys are in there. Wheelchairs are in there. I'm like, look, I don't know why we buying new shit. All the shit's in here.
Oh, God.
Take it to the hospital. Let them use it. Nah, they left all in there. He laying in the damn bed, and I'm like, what the hell is that? Got covers on and shit. And then he moved. And I pulled my shit out so quick.
I wish I could have seen that shit though. Oh my God. Okay.
Man, that homeless man did not know how close he came to dying that night because I was about to put shots in if they kept moving. And all I heard was, "Get the hell out of here!" And I'm like, "Oh, that bitch ain't dead."
Not the homeless person. Lord, he mercy. I done heard it out.
That's the only thing I worry about is the homeless people. They'll get in there and they don't give a shit. Homeless people are not scared of ghosts. Let me tell you that.
They can't be. Look at where they have to sleep. Okay. Look at where they have to sleep sometimes. Shit, how you gonna be scared?
Yeah.
You can't be scared.
I think they see the most.
They travel. Yeah, they go to places you don't even want to go.
Right.
Just to lay down and go to sleep. Lord have mercy, help their soul.
They can sleep anywhere. I mean, I can sleep anywhere, but they can sleep anywhere.
They don't.
What about you, nurse? What about you, nurse?
No, I don't fool with ghosts. I'm like Truth. Like I won't watch a scary movie. I used to watch them when my son was here, but I still couldn't sleep right. So now that I'm by myself, the hell no. I already be thinking I hear stuff and no. I can't do it.
But it's okay to do things like that, like abandoned hospitals. It's the suspense.
We had they turned it into a little plaza, but for the longest time we had a closed down mental hospital here.
Oh yeah, those are great. Those are great.
Oh my God.
The kids used to go there all the time and tell, not my child, but tell stories. My nephews and them tell stories and everything of what they heard, because it was a psych hospital. And I'm like, are y'all crazy?
Those are the best.
Oh,
especially if that hospital was open in like the 1940s.
It's been there forever. Forever, yes.
If it was open in the 1940s and 50s, they did electric shock.
Yes, yep.
They did electric shock therapy, and them bad boys leave a lot of residual.
Yeah, it was definitely open that many years. And then kids used to go there, and then I had one of my nail ladies years ago. She used to ask me every year about going on a haunted hayride. And then once she told me that they grab your legs and shit like that, I'm like, listen, I can't be responsible. I know these are young kids, but I can't be responsible if somebody grab my leg and I have a reflex and kick them in the face.
I know that's right.
No, because then I'm gonna feel bad, because
I've never done a haunted hayride.
No,
Never.
especially when I found out that sometimes they jump on the back of the truck. I
Yeah,
said,
they
"Oh
do.
hell no!"
That's me. That's me. I grab, I jump, I crawl, I run out screaming.
The truth,
My kids,
I'm not surprised.
my kids used to go to the honey hayride every year, but mama didn't take them, babe. That was dead.
Mm-mm.
I don't do stuff like that.
Then they
And then,
told me it was a like a corn maze you had to go through, and it's all in the dark. I'm like, listen, my sister told me my sense of direction. If she put a brown bag over my head, I'd be lost. You think I'm going through a daggone corn maze and can't get out of there? No, I found that out too. I'm like, no, they got too much going on.
yeah.
No.
Jason and Leatherface are in there with chainsaws in the cornfield too, chasing people around.
Yeah, I heard all of that. I'm like, not me. Either somebody's gonna end up hospitalized or I am, and I can't. My nerves aren't built for that.
Well, like when I go in like the haunted house rides or the Halloween haunted house and stuff, I walk in there and start pointing. Yep, somebody's right there. Somebody's right there. And right as I point at them, they don't even come out of the corner. They just look at me. Damn. How do you see me? Like, I see you all, bitches. Come over here if you want to.
You can feel them too. You can feel them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
As a child, I went on a trip. A friend from school had invited me to Virginia Beach, and I already knew I didn't like that type of stuff. But I'm with them, so I'm like, it's her mother and her father and me and her, and I'm like, they want to go to. It's daytime, so they want to go to. It was like a haunted house or whatever. Well, I don't know why I didn't think it was gonna be pitch black in there, and about 2 minutes in there, something jumped out and it touched me. I could not find. I turned around. I was running. I couldn't. I just wanted to find the same way I like the serial killers. The same way I came in is the same way I want to go out because I knew I hadn't gotten that far. I was terrified because I didn't expect them to touch you either. Like that's the part that sets me off. Is like I'm already on pins and needles, and then you touch me. No, I can't. I'm not built for that. Not built for it. Not my thing at all.
Well, I never had a problem going in them. I ride in them with my grandkids. They be screaming. I be looking at them like, girl.
Look, Upward woke up.
Upward woke up.
Yeah, he said, I went to sleep and y'all still here.
Oh, Upward. You gonna have to catch the replay, boo. I'm about to get off here because I know I've been on here for 4 hours. The truth, I appreciate you coming up here, and it was a real good conversation tonight when it came to Brian Koberger, And
yes, it was.
I know I talk too much.
No. You are very
No. You actually sound like those people on them shows, like Forensic Files and shit of that nature.
We were
I was enjoying the hell. I thought I was watching the ID channel. I told you.
Right. Why do you ignore me all the time then, Truth?
The truth, man, you got a love-hate relationship. It's just odd.
We do. She hates me when
I've been trying to block your clown ass, and I think you got some kind of hoodoo on me.
Did Trey send you a picture?
Huh?
Did Trey send you a picture today?
He did. Thank you for my picture. Y'all, listen.
I was waiting for.
Y'all see this thumbnail, y'all gonna trip the fuck out. I ain't gonna lie.
I was waiting for. I thought you were gonna use it because Trey was like, and it's a rush job. I'm like, a rush job.
Well, he wanted me to actually do that live earlier, And I told him that I needed to do the one I did.
Like
Trey is a bully. You know, Trey's a bully. He tried to get me to do stuff and stuff. But yeah, but when I do that, like, which will be this weekend, y'all listen. I think I'm gonna put you on my payroll for thumbnails.
Did you like your ponytail? You like the ponytail?
You altered my ponytail, did you?
Yeah,
I
because I had to use this picture right here because I couldn't find another picture of you, so I had to use this picture. So I had to kind of fill it out a little bit, and I didn't want to leave you bald.
Actually, this picture right here is a different picture.
Wow.
Yeah,
this picture right here is different from the other one.
Yeah, it is. Your head's turned a little more in the one I took.
Yeah.
He said he didn't want to leave you bald, Truth.
Yeah, but I didn't want you to be bald headed. So I
he altered my ponytail. Like, honestly.
I went and got a ponytail and I put it behind you.
But this shit is hilarious. Y'all got to, when y'all see that thumbnail, y'all gonna trip the fuck out. I'm telling you. Thank you, D. True.
Because he was like, hey, put Truth's head on this. And it's a rush job. I'm like, what? I go, I'm gonna deny I ever made this. I'm gonna say I didn't do it. And he's like, no, she knows. I go, you're lying to me. I'm still denying I did it. And I'm like, well, give me a picture. And he never answered me. Then I said, okay. So I went and I dug up that picture. And I said, well, I can't leave her bald headed. Okay. Yeah, so I went and got a ponytail and I stuck it behind it so it fills it out a little more.
Yeah,
but I think it came out good. And then
it came out. Yes, it did.
That's why I remember I was saying in the chat, I didn't do it. I
forgot all about that. I'm glad you said so.
Yeah, and then Trey was like, stop snitching. I'm like, I'm not snitching. You told me to make this. And then I said, Trey paid me to make this picture because I thought you didn't know about it.
Oh, I knew about it. He wasn't lying.
Lord, D Truth and them pictures. And most of the time I'm in the chat, so it takes me I don't know why I don't look at them as soon as I come in. I try to speak to everybody and everything. So it takes me a good 10 minutes and I look up and I fall out. I'm like,
it make you weak, girl.
Yes.
He off the chain with the pictures.
Yes, he is. I'm like, I ain't even think of some shit like
Don't
this.
think I can't get you. Leave a thumbnail. I can make a picture out of a thumbnail. I don't care how small it is. I'll still make a picture with it. UP had no jaw. Like half her jaw was gone. I just put a jaw on her. Like, shit, I'll make a damn jaw for you.
So you added down to her facial figure, huh?
Well, because I can still see her chin, so I can kind of round her chin a little bit so it looks like a chin. But the other one, she had her chin up a little bit, so that made it easier for me to use that one. This one,
it's an art, I tell you.
Yeah, the picture she's using right now, she looks like she should be on some like throat lozenge picture from Sweden or something.
Oh shit!
Oh Lord!
I just wanted to make sure, and like I said, I told Trey I'm not taking the blame for this one.
Child, if I had not even asked him to do that picture, as soon as I saw it, I would have known it was your work, Detroit.
What? That's not fair.
Well,
I get blamed for all the pictures. I don't.
Yeah, not all, because some of them are trash. Some people can't do it, but you, I know your work, sir.
No, you don't. There's plenty of pictures floating around that I did that people don't know I did.
I bet you if I come across them, I can tell you did.
I'm a professional thumbnail maker. Don't think I don't make cartoons and everything else.
I know.
I can cartoon your ass in a second.
I can tell that just from looking at your damn channel. The fuck?
There you go. There you go.
Well, I'm finna go. I'm still contemplating, but I think I'm gonna do it. I think I'm finna go live for a few minutes. I got something to say.
That's cool.
Tonight at 1:40, do you people sleep?
No, we don't sleep.
She ain't lying, D-True. She ain't lying.
I don't sleep, but this is the thing. People don't understand. People, find it kind of weird, odd, and strange that I can be on live so many hours throughout the day. First of all, like I said, I got a very relaxed life, and that life I have not always had, but I have it in this moment. But I take naps. I take naps. I do. I took a nap when I got off of my live before Flexi went live. Yeah, I take power naps, and I promise you, they don't have to be about 30 minutes.
A 30-minute nap.
That's it. And I feel like I slept about 6 hours.
I sleep 4 hours a day. That's about it. And then,
No, I
like
get
I
up.
said, I
I get
work.
up from this
You
computer.
might not. You say I don't work, but believe me, all the time that you see me, I'm working.
Oh, I multitask.
I
Flex
got
will tell you
I
that.
got shit running in every corner of this computer. Right, I got a skip trace running right now that I'm looking at. I got another background check should be coming in any minute now.
Listen, I wake up every morning at 6 a.m. no matter what time I go to bed. I can go to bed at 5:15 a.m., but my body is going to get up at 6. I get up at 6 o'clock and I feel like I slept all night. By 8, 9 o'clock in the morning, I have done more than most people do all day. And that's the honest God truth. That's why Flex can call me at 9 or 10 o'clock in the morning and say, "You sleep?" Because she knows I get up, I do what I have to do, and I lay back down, take a nap, and get back up.
Yeah,
That's what I
it
do.
doesn't matter what I've done or what time I went to sleep. I will wake up at 6:30 a.m.
That's because that's the time I used to
every
get up when
day.
I was working. So my body is like, that's what I do. 6 o'clock every morning. Yep.
Right. Yeah.
But I work mostly when I go out, it's usually at night because my job is best done at night when nobody.
Yeah.
And I understand that night shift. I do.
Yes.
You know what they say. You can't. Don't they don't do things from 9 to 5. The people I'm after. So you got to
Right.
catch them when they doing what they're supposed to be doing.
Exactly.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I know the best time is at night. Oh, early morning.
Early morning. That's one thing about people like that are lazy and they sleep.
Yep.
So if you catch them when they sleep, they as dumb as a rock.
Dumb.
They just looking at you all confused and shit. You're like, wipe your eyes, get up, get dressed. Wipe your eyes. Come on.
He ain't lying though. He is not lying. He is
You
not
surprise
lying.
the shit out of them. They looking at you all stupid, like, dog, get up. Get up.
Yep.
Yes, that's a gun. Get up. Get up.
Damn.
Oh.
I'm gonna let you get dressed. I tell them I'm gonna let you get dressed, but if
I don't know why, but I can imagine you doing your job with your evil clown mask on.
when I go to court for Miss Robbie's trial, I'll be in my entire Pennywise. I got an entire Pennywise outfit.
Come on with it.
Oh.
From head to toe, I got the shoes, the whole outfit, makeup, everything. I ain't got no mask, just makeup. Got the wig and everything.
Damn.
I only get to use it a couple times a year. So when I get to use it, I really want to use it.
I know that's right.
I can tell you ready to use it.
I am. I told Pam, go ahead and sue me. I'll show up as Pennywise. And if the judge don't like it, fuck him.
Oh shit!
Oh Lord have mercy! I can't.
Because on the police reports that Essie Berry did and Pam has done on me all said the truth. And what does the truth look like? He's Pennywise. That's what I'm coming at.
Damn.
If they say something, Your Honor, that it don't say my name, it says the truth. So here I am.
Damn.
And that ain't his name. So hey.
I ain't have to show up, but I ain't really give a fuck. So I showed up.
Exactly. I see. Well, it was a pleasure having you on the panel.
It sure was.
Thank you. I'll try to be sparingly when I show up.
Yeah. Well, you know what?
Blow the eyes back.
You welcome anytime, like I said. And everybody else that joined the panel, sis, nerd, you know what I'm saying? True.
Jizzle.
Yeah, Jizzle probably dropped down. Well, he didn't drop down, but he was up here for support. And y'all in the chat, I appreciate everybody, but we're gonna continue to bring y'all new updates on Brian. I think his next court date is January 12th.
I think so.
Yeah, he was he's already been in court for the extradition. So
yeah,
his next one should be his first trial or his first
hearing.
arraignment hearing.
Yeah. So so January the 12th, but as new every day it seems like we got something else that's told. So as new details is updated, I'll keep y'all updated. But yeah, I'll come live tomorrow night and we can talk a bit more about Brian and um other people that surrounding Brian and what we feel like or what and get y'all why y'all think Dylan may survive that. But my thing is, like I said, they said it was 2 other females. Okay, so they making it seem like Bethany was in the house when the murders occurred. But we didn't really get a statement from Bethany. But Dylan is speaking for Bethany and Dylan, when she gives her statement. But I don't think they ever took a statement from Bethany.
You have the PDF, right?
No, I only of the rooms because
No, of the PDF of the affidavits.
Oh yeah, I have the PDF of the
okay. Because I picked that up today too.
Okay, unless I skipped over that, but I know when I seen Dylan's statement, I didn't see a statement from Bethany. So did Bethany give a statement? I'm gonna have to go back and read.
Brett Payne made a statement. The coroner was retracted. They don't want that out yet.
Yeah.
The medical examiner retracted. Here is, I'm trying to see the headlines of these. Is this the cell phones?
Yeah, they spoke a lot about the towers, the cell phone pinged off of.
Yeah, that's where they.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's how they put them in the area. Trying to see, because these are all. This is, I guess, the cop asking them questions.
Right.
Oh, I didn't know they had them in there, and it's a timeline. I have to read them again. I'm trying to see. I don't see Bethany's name, and the affidavit is from the cop.
Right.
So Brett Payne is the lead officer, so he's the one that wrote out
correct
the affidavit for the judge to sign.
Correct.
He just mentions questioning certain people,
and he only mentioned questioning Dylan.
Yes.
He didn't say he questioned Bethany.
Yeah. Dylan was the only eyewitness to the murderer. So
yeah. So that's why I'm confused on why, they said the 2 other roommates are surviving. They survived the attack. They survived getting attacked when we only got a statement from Dylan. If it was Bethany and Dylan there, why we don't have a statement from Bethany?
Yeah, I don't see Bethany's name pop up at all on any of this.
Only when Dylan mentions Bethany. And this is a statement from Dylan. She is the only one that brings up Bethany, but they don't have a statement from Bethany. If Bethany was there, of course, they would have questioned her and asked her, what did she hear? You see what I'm saying? They will have to do that. But Dylan is the only one that spoke.
Yeah, this is Dylan's statement. She's talking about, and then they mentioned her TikTok at 4:12 in the morning. So she was still alive at 4:12 is what you're trying to say.
Exactly.
But shortly after that, and they say she never opened her food bag.
Yeah. Now, if Xana was on TikTok and she was murdered, right when she was on TikTok, because the way I took it that, okay, she opened up her TikTok app. They must have something to identify that, or confirm that, then if she was on TikTok,
she logged into TikTok at 4:12.
Okay. Did she do a TikTok video? She just logged in, or she didn't?
She just logged in and was watching video.
Okay.
So I guess she logged in and watched a few videos, and then she put it down.
Okay. Because when they spoke of TikTok, I was like, well, was she doing a TikTok video or what? Because if she was doing a video, then that video would have
be timestamped. Yeah,
it would be timestamped.
It would be timestamped. But see, it's interesting because they specifically say 4 a.m. to 4:25.
Correct.
They don't normally give a specific time like that.
Right.
But they know that was it Gonzalez girl? Was alive at 4:12.
That was Kaylee.
Yeah. So either he was downstairs with the other two at 4, and then at she's watching videos and he's on his way up, but he's out the door at 4:25.
So what I thought it was Xana that was on TikTok. So it was Kaylee that was on TikTok.
Yeah, I think they say, was it Xana, or because it's
I thought Xana, because Xana was the one they said received the food at 4:00, and then she got on TikTok.
Let me see. It says upstairs bedroom, which was located in floor A. The former forensic download of Kermoley's phone showed this could also have, who's Kermoley? Kemodle.
Now that's Xana. That's Xana last name.
Okay, so that's Xana. So they're talking about Xana here. Yeah. So they're saying that at 4:12 she logged on to the app.
Yeah. That was Xana that logged into TikTok.
Yeah, but it's very specific. That 4:25 is very, very specific, and there's no way that they could have got that from rigor mortis or body temperature.
Right.
That because you don't get a specific time, and the way it works is for every hour the body goes down a degree, depending on the weather. Depending on, could be 1 to 2 degrees per hour.
Right.
So when they find you, they do a temperature of your body, and that usually gives them a rough ballpark of when you died.
Exactly.
By your body temperature. But again, they got to take consideration the outside temperature, where you're located. Did you have covers on you? Did not have covers on you? All those things factor in, but it's a ballpark estimate of how many hours that you've been dead. But for them to come out with a specific time, like 4:25,
right?
That something is telling me that there's something telling them that he was out the house by 4:25.
And that's something that they're not telling the media because they want to see if he know without them, like you said. They want him to tell it on himself. It's something they holding back that they not telling us because they want to see if he know. And it's something they haven't mentioned.
It's definitely something they haven't mentioned, but it's specific about the 4:25. And then they talk. See, she says the male walked past Dylan as she stood in frozen shock. The male walked towards the backsliding door, locked herself in a room. So he walked right past her. So either he was coming from their bedroom on that floor with them, because to walk past her, he would have to, and he's going towards the kitchen, he would have to come from one place or the other. He'd have to come down the stairs and go past her, or he'd have to come from that back bedroom, which was the boy and the girl.
Right.
Well, initially they were saying that they made eye contact, and she described the bushy eyebrows. I don't know if she put that out there, before it was actually put out there, but it was said that they definitely made eye contact, and that was part of why she was like startled too.
See, but that's the thing, though. What I'm saying is, if he's coming from the back bedroom, he's not that close to her.
Okay.
He walked right by. He walked by her almost. He would have had to walk right by her by that stair, the stairs.
But like you said earlier, that he turned around and looked at her.
Yeah, he turned and looked at her, and she looked at him. And he says he walked right past me. But the thing is if he walked down the stairs, he was but 2 feet from her. If he walks out of the back bedroom, he's maybe 5-6 feet from her. Because there's only 5-6 feet from her doorway to that stairwell. Maybe 10 at the most.
Right.
Okay.
Ooh, it's just odd, creepy. You come that close to a murderer, and
I'm telling you,
and you didn't even know he just killed all your friends.
That's the thing. Why not me? I don't know why not. And that's what she's saying to herself. Why didn't he kill me?
That's what we were saying yesterday.
And he saw you. That's the thing. And you got to know, if he passed right by her room and she froze and she opened that door the third time, that's when she came in contact with him. Again, we don't know why she opened the door, but still.
No, she said he passed right by her. So she had to be. She didn't say she peeked out the door.
Yeah.
She said he walked right by me.
And she froze.
Yeah. She didn't say I peeked out the door and I saw him. She said he walked right by me.
So therefore, he probably felt like, okay, she know this is a party house, so she don't know what's going on. And then too, she wasn't a target again. But my thing is, why would you leave a witness?
Exactly.
Why would you leave a witness?
He had the mask on, and it's a COVID mask, so you're not really thinking about it. Maybe he's very, very cautious. He's wearing a COVID mask in the house.
Right.
She was able to describe him. I mean, like his body build, his height, everything she said about him was accurate that she could see.
Right.
So I don't know. I found that to be, a little interesting.
Again, he's very meticulous, and he understood the whole forensic thing. With him bleeding like he was, he had to get out of there.
Yeah.
And to engage her means she's gonna have his DNA all over her.
Or she would have noticed he was bleeding. Yeah. She would have noticed something was wrong if he would have dropped any.
See, that's where I'm totally thinking that he couldn't have, if he was that close to her, if he passed that close to her, because her bedroom is right by the stairs, she would have saw the blood on his clothes.
Right.
And the thing about it is, there was no blood. I don't know. They didn't mention if there was blood anywhere else in the house, but in the rooms.
But it was dark, right? And he had on all black.
He had on black, but again,
you don't know if it was dark or if the lights were out.
Even though it's black, you're going to see a shiny. Blood is going to be shiny. So it's going to be a different black. It's dark, and it could blend in, but it's going to be a shiny dark. It's going to reflect. So if he's going to the kitchen, the light is reflecting from that sliding door into the kitchen.
Well, that takes me back to the comment section of Papa Rogers when he put the pictures of the home and labeled the windows, and there were lights on. So that let me know it wasn't dark in the house. Because someone mentioned, the light was on in the bedroom, and he said that isn't a bedroom, that's the hallway. And then he put a picture up of the house, and remember he labeled bedroom, hall, and bathroom.
It is, because if you look at the second floor and where you're looking at, her bedroom is to the left. That hallway where that couch is has a window. and then there's another window all the way, and there's a bathroom in that corner.
Right.
So he knew what that was.
Yeah, he knew exactly what that was. Because remember, we were saying we thought it was a bedroom because stuff was in the window, and that's where he labeled was the hallway light. And,
Which was strange to me because I don't know too many people that put that did. Well, one of those looked like a bong, so I don't know.
So that tells me that was the living room area from where we looking at when we look at the floor plan, when we look inside the house.
Yeah,
that
when we
was
looked at the house,
yeah.
The second floor where we were looking at had the couch, and to the left of the couch was a window.
Exactly. Yeah.
And that was the window that he was talking about. I was just kind of thrown off because who puts shit in the window of a living room?
You and I both. You hear me? I was like, wait a minute. I thought that was a bedroom.
Who's stacking odd shit in the window? One of them looked like a bong, like a long, thin bong was in the window. I'm like, who to put shit in the window of a living room? And it's you have a room. Your shit should be in the room. It should be in the window in the living room.
Exactly.
It's a common area. I mean, I know I would pack up all the shit and throw it in whoever's room the shit belongs to.
Right.
Because it's not in my window of my living room, damn it.
Right.
That's just me.
Right. That's just me too. Look, that's why I was thrown off because when I initially placed that up on the screen, I said, I thought that was the bedroom.
Yeah, I thought that was a bedroom because there was stuff in the window and people put stuff in the window. And I could see it. I wouldn't be out of place for a bong to be in the window of the bedroom.
So he actually told it on himself there. You know what I'm saying? It's Papa Rogers because he labeled the windows. We had no clue. Now I automatically knew, or assumed the window with the AC unit in it that was a bedroom. So that was actually a bedroom.
Yeah, they had the country AC unit in the bedroom, right?
Yeah. So the other two rooms, that's where I was lost at. I thought they were all bedrooms. I didn't know one was a bathroom, one was a hall. But he put that out there for us to know. Because he argued in the comments, that was not a bedroom. That's the hall. That's exactly what he said. He said, that is the hall. And I was like, how would you know that unless you've been in this house?
Well, he may have been because he hung around the frat guys, and the frat guys were always in there. So he may have entered that house before.
That's what I'm saying.
They're saying that there was no DNA other than the knife sheath.
Exactly.
No fingerprints, no nothing.
Right.
No ball sack hair was anywhere, just the sheath.
Oh, not the ball sack hair. Not the but we also know that Brian was he tried to be very careful by wearing surgical gloves. So if he wore them to the store, I'm pretty sure he wore, and if he wore them cleaning out his car, I'm pretty sure he wore them to the crime scene.
Oh yeah, they said he had, because they said they found traces of latex, because latex leaves a residue.
Mm-hmm.
It touch things, it leaves a residue. So they said they found traces of latex. That's how they knew he was wearing gloves. Now, if Brian had talked to me, I'd have told him to tape his wrists, tape his ankles.
Oh Lord, you would not tell Brian to do that. First of all, Brian shouldn't have did what he did.
You're right. But if you're gonna do it right.
Oh my God. Oh Lord.
No,
well,
you can't catch a serial killer unless you think like a serial killer.
That's a fact.
Yeah. And that's what Brian thought he was doing, but he messed up a whole lot. He studied the BTK killer, and then they compared him to what was it? The one that was a police officer.
Golden State.
Was it? Golden State.
Yeah, Golden State. He was a police officer arrested for 120 rapes and burglaries, and he had, I guess, 30 murders.
Yeah. So they compared him to him because of the simple fact that he applied for an internship at Pullman Police Department.
Damn, people are coming in and saying good morning to us.
I know I'm about to get out here because it is morning, D-Truth. But you know what? I can go on and on with you because this is me. This is what I do. So, but it's been good. Yeah, I appreciate y'all for staying hanging in there. I appreciate my panel for, like I said, I'll be back tomorrow night. We're gonna do some more crime talk because I love it. And I appreciate you, D-Truth. I appreciate you, Truth. I appreciate you, Nurse. Everybody that's came up on the panel, the chat.
Truth.
Yeah.
Truth.
We gotta get. Hey, Cam, girl. See, Cam in the same state of me, so it's two where she at. But I know Truth want you. She finna get ready to go. You finna get ready to go live right now.
She get ready to go live and talk shit about me. That's what she's gonna do.
Nah.
Truth, can you tell Tony to do the temptation spin for me tomorrow when he goes when you're up there playing music, please?
I sure will.
All right. I can just picture Tony doing the temptation spin.
And he can do it too. Sure can.
My bro gonna dance. That's what he do.
Sure do. He love to dance.
Yes. But I appreciate y'all. We're gonna have crime talk tomorrow night. So, I appreciate you hit the link. We can continue on. But I'm gonna get out here so my sis can do her live so she can do what she got to do.
Yeah, I ain't gonna be on the long. Just so what I gotta say and get off. That's it. Because I'm sleeping in tomorrow. I don't think I'm going live tomorrow because I got a birthday party to hit. So yeah.
Okay.
Right,
if I do, it'll be like tomorrow night.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning.
Good morning.
It's 3 o'clock
Always
here.
a pleasure.
Yeah. I appreciate it. I had some good. We had good conversation tonight. And that's
very good live.
Yes, it was.
And we're gonna continue to follow Brian.
But Truth didn't want to tell you, but she pinched me a couple times because I was talking too much.
No, actually, you one of the few people that I can listen to. I could really listen to you for like that, for real.
Yeah.
He
Truth. He coming with that knowledge,
Because for one, y'all knew what y'all were talking about, and you made it make sense. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
It was a great conversation.
Oh yeah. And then now we got a visual of where the police were when they pulled up, when they apprehended the teenager, and where the light and where the shadows passed. We was able to see a guy walking through there, and D-Truth pointed it out. So it was all good. I really enjoyed it tonight. Yeah. So we're gonna have more talks tomorrow night, D-Truth. If you got time, you can get up on the panel. I'm in the link in the chat. Anybody's welcome. You know what I'm saying? So yeah. But I love y'all.
Well, mostly anybody.
Well, you should. Y'all stay
with bullshit in 2023.
Oh no. Really my focus is Brian Coburn, because I'm like Missy, I'm like Ben. I want to see what he got to say if he say anything. We got D-Truth that say he don't think he's gonna talk.
I kind of want to go with D-Truth on this.
And I feel where he's coming from.
Yeah.
He want to see how much they know. Because he want to outsmart them.
Right.
This has been his goal.
He want to see if they really can get him.
Right. And
that's it.
He want to see. That's why he was eager to get back to Idaho, because he felt like he was going to be exonerated. That right there
from the beginning.
That told me enough right there. Yeah. So y'all stay blessed, never stress, get you some motherfucking rest. Truth finna go live. I appreciate y'all panelists again. I appreciate y'all in the chat, and I'll be back live. Well, it's already the next day, but I'll be back live this evening. I love y'all.
Okay, I love you guys.
Yeah.
Thank you for having me.
Well, anytime, hit that link.
Okay.
That's why
Good night.
For anybody that want to come up on the panel and speak on this case, hey, it's crime talk. Come share your opinions, or come share your theories. We always listening. Until I see y'all this evening, be looking for the for the schedule live. I got y'all. I'm gonna schedule it. I'm gonna try to get my thumbnail together. I just had, I threw something together so we can go ahead. I just really put up his that picture that's on my thumbnail. That's his high school picture. When they said that he used to be chubby, in high school, that's the picture. He was a little thicker. So when they seen him in college, they saw he had dropped all his weight and he wasn't the same. Then when I found out, okay, he struggled with heroin, then I thought, well, maybe this is why he lost the weight, or I don't know. But maybe, I don't know. They said he was bullied. Then he turned into the bully. Exactly. So, that's when his attitude changed, when he lost all that weight and he felt like he was above everyone. So, yeah, we'll be back tomorrow night because I'm constantly getting new updates and researching Brian Kohlberger.
Yeah, we got to go over. I just thought about it. The attorney lady.
Oh yeah, the public defender.
Yes. Yeah. I forgot all about it.
I read her article. I'm gonna put the article that you sent me up, and yeah. And what I'm trying to understand is, why did she send a team out
to the house and everything to
after,
investigate?
like what, 40 some days later?
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, I sure saw that.
Girl, she had them people out there all motherfucking day, damn near.
She out there too.
And it snowed. So what the hell is you finna see, girl? It done snowed again, B. What you finna see?
I didn't know what that was about.
I can't get it. I don't understand it. If you feel like you may have been the chosen one for this case, you should have had them out there when forensics was out there, when crime scene was out there doing their thing. You should have had a team out there then. It's when these babies first got killed, it thawed out, it was okay, and then it snowed again, and you're back in the snow. What are you finna find?
Yeah.
I don't understand it. I don't understand it at all. But I love y'all, True Sippers. We'll be back tomorrow night. Like I said, I'm in for the weekend. I'm doing my thing because, like I told my people with Trail Ride, I'm not coming out till it's time for our holiday party, and that's January the 14th. So I'll be here. Plus, I'm getting my hair done. And we're going to do Crime Talk tomorrow night. Sis, you finna go live now? So they'll know that you.
Yes, I am.
All right, y'all. Y'all know. Look, y'all been like, we done did one live and went to one live, and then we're gonna go back to one live. Y'all know how the True Sippers. Y'all know how the True Sipper host is.
It is hard to hang with y'all, I tell you. I be trying. I do my best.
It's the weekend, baby.
I know.
Yeah. So y'all, I'm gonna end this live, and then sis will be over there with you. I love y'all. Y'all stay blessed.
Love y'all. See y'all in the
Love everybody. All right.
Good night, True Sippers.
Good night.
Good night, nurse.